So now we come to chapter 16 of our Jaiva Dharma on page 355. So when we consider where we've come from, we've come through the first 12 chapters about Sambandha Gyan, this connection, this understanding, who is Krishna, who is the Jiva, etc., and the relationships and many pastimes there, demonstrating this in the first 12 chapters. And then in the 13th chapter, we come to the beginning of the Das Mula. And we just can appreciate how it's so beautifully strung together like a brilliant necklace of the most exalted jewels. So the first of the um, 10 truths is the Praman, the Amnaya Praha, this Amnaya Praha, and we've discussed that in this 13th chapter. The scriptures very clearly, how are the scriptures supporting our journey? And then we've discussed Tattvam Harim Iha Paramam, the who is the supreme Lord. This was also discussed in the 13th chapter in relationship to the 64 qualities were discussed. There was 50 qualities about the jiva, and then 50 qualities that the devas had, or 55 qualities rather that the devas had, and Brahma, Shiva, they have, uh, in comparison to the other devas, much more percentage of those qualities. And then Lord Narayan has 60 qualities. And then Brajendranandan Shamsundar has 64 qualities. There's Prem Madhuri, Rup Madhuri, Venu Madhuri, and Leela Madhuri. These four Madhuris are described in the 13th chapter. So this is describing the Supreme Lord in the 13th chapter. The 14th chapter is describing Shakti Tattva, Sarva Shaktiman, in the first line of the Dasmula Slok, this Sarva Shaktiman, the principles of Shakti, and all the potencies manifesting from Swarup Shakti, the Sandini, the Sangvit, and the Hladini Shakti, and the picture, more or less, of how all these Shaktis are manifesting from Swarup Shakti in order to please Sri Krishna for his satisfaction. And then in the 14th chapter, 15th chapter that we've just completed, this is all about the Jiva Tattva, the Jiva Shakti that is manifesting from the same Swarup Shakti. So it's like a progression that we're going through from Krishna to his Shaktis, then to his specific Shakti of Jiva Tattva and the Tatastha Shakti. And now we're coming to the Jivas that are possessed by Maya. So we're going deeper into it. This is the line, the rhythm of this Dasamula Tattva. It's all connected. It's all in sync. It's moving slowly through. It's progressing towards Nam Tattva and then Rasa Tattva. The whole thing is beautifully, harmoniously linked. So now this chapter, the Jivas possessed by Maya, chapter 16. So I'll begin to read here. Having heard the illuminating description of Jiva Tattva in Das Mula, Brajanath returned home. Lying on his bed, he was unable to sleep, and he began to reflect deeply. I have received an answer to the question, who am I? Now I can understand myself to be simply an atom of light in the effulgent rays of the spiritual sun, Sri Krishna. So we discussed that it can be said that we manifested from the Brahmajyoti, but to be explicit, the Chit Shakti is manifesting from the Brahmajyoti, and we are in the rays from the Chit Shakti. The Chit Shakti is that supreme Shakti, and from that Chit Shakti is manifesting the Jiva Shakti, and within the Jiva Shakti is the Tatastha Shakti, and that is where we in this conditioned state have manifested from. This will be explained in this chapter. Although atomic by nature, I have my own inherent value, purpose, knowledge, and a drop of spiritual bliss. Bindu Chitgata Anand. So even though I'm tiny, minute, I still have this potency. My Swarup is a spiritual particle, Chitkana. Even though that form is atomic, When it says atomic, it means very, very small. Yeah. That's the meaning of atomic. It is like Sri Krishna's human-like form. Yes, um, Krishna's human-like form in comparison to the entire cosmos is like atomic in a sense, because the actual Virat Rupa, so to speak, or the enormous form of the Lord is manifesting all potencies through Swarup Shakti. So in comparison, Krishna's form is like atomic also. Even though that form is atomic, it is like Sri Krishna's human-like form. Now I cannot see this form, and this is my misfortune. So I can't see Krishna, it's my misfortune. Only an extremely fortunate soul can realize it. When we meditate on these truths, when we take our Harinam, when we receive the mercy of Thakurji, receive the mercy of the spiritual master, receive the mercy of our Guru Varg, receive the mercy of the Dham, receive the mercy by performing sevas, then we may be gifted. This path is Avaroha Panta. It's descending. We are hungry for these drops of descending mercy in the form of sukriti or sanskar. These sanskars will come to us by our dedicated devotional service. Bhaktyamam abhijananti yavan yaschasmi tatvataha. Only by devotion can I come to that Supreme Lord. No other way. Not by knowledge, not by working very hard, something like that. It's by devotional aspiration, which must begin internally. It's not on the gross platform. It's beyond the gross. It goes into the subtle platform, somewhere where we're deeply dedicating our existence to the pleasure of the Lord in the form of service to Sri Radhika. Now I cannot see this form, and this is my misfortune. Only an extremely fortunate soul can realize it. It is important that I understand clearly why I suffer in this unfortunate condition. So now he's come to this point. He wants to know why is he feeling suffering. Brajanath himself, he's born in Mayapur Dham. He's born in the most holy Dhams. He's had complete good sanskars all his life in this life. He's a very brilliant young man. But he's suffering in this world, as are all conditioned jivas. These three afflictions, adhyatmic, adhibautic, adhidevic, are afflicting all jivas. It's too hot, too cold, the miseries caused by the mind, and the miseries caused by other living entities. All jivas are prone to the influence of these three afflictions, adhyatmic, adhidevic, and adhibautic. Everyone. No one can avoid that. Tomorrow I will inquire about this from Sri Gurudev. Thinking thus, he finally fell asleep. So this is the mood of the dynamism, the moving forward. He's heard Jiva Tattva, he's absorbed it, he's understood who he is. Now what? Now he has a query. Why am I suffering? What is the reason for that suffering? This is a wonderful question. This is going to take up the whole chapter, actually. Why is the Jiva suffering in Maya? Thinking thus, he finally fell asleep, and around midnight before dawn, he dreamt that he had left his family and accepted Vaishnava dress. When he awoke, he joyfully thought, "It appears that Krishna will soon pull me out of this samsara." So this was mercy, this sapna in a dream. He had this mercy that he had joined the Vaishnavas and left this world of samsara, because this is the way out of his suffering. His thought was how to become freed from this suffering, and his dream reciprocated that thought. The next morning, while he was sitting on the porch, some students approached him. Offering their respects, they said, "For a long time you have taught us very nicely, and under your guidance we have learnt many profound subject matters pertaining to Nyaya. We hope that you will now instruct us on Naya Kusumanjali." With great humility, Brajanath replied, "My dear brothers, I am unable to teach you any more. for I cannot fix my mind on teaching at all. I've decided to take another path. Under these circumstances, I suggest that you study under the guidance of some other teacher. When they heard this, the students became unhappy, but since there was nothing that they could do, gradually, one by one, they began to leave. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is showing us directly how Brajanath is beginning to shed his previous conditioned life as a teacher, as a very important person, being like the professor of the students, etc., even though he's a young man, but having this mood of teaching. But it's not teaching in a direction that he now wants to go. He's changed his um, track. About this time, Sri Chatubhuj Mishra Ghataka came to the house to present a proposal to Brajanath's paternal grandmother for his marriage. He said, I am sure you know Brajanath Bhattacharya. His family is good and quite well off. Thus, it will be a suitable match for you. Most importantly, this girl is as qualified as she is beautiful. On his side, Bhattacharya will make no conditions regarding the marriage of his daughter with Brajanath. He is ready to marry her to whichever way you desire. So now another very common dynamic in Bengal is happening. All sons and daughters in Bengal are waiting for the day when their parents arrange their marriage. All children, all children are in this same predicament. They don't get it like in the Western world, it's not even heard of this way. But in India, it's completely fixed. Every single family is the same. Huh? Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Fully, 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 even more so. The marriage is the main thing in all households. In all households, the father will feel um, not successful in life until his daughters are all married. He will feel the burden of responsibility until he's got his daughters married. It's his responsibility. And the son, to perpetuate the family lineage, he also has to be married to have children, etc. So this is across the whole nation. Very much historically, traditionally, this is exactly how India is today. Hearing this proposal, Brajanath's grandmother became exhilarated, but Brajanath felt dissatisfied within his heart. Alas, he thought, my grandmother is arranging my marriage while I am planning to leave my family and the world. How can I feel happy to discuss marriage at this time? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is pointing out that on our spiritual journey, we have to remain balanced in our various social commitments, our commitments to our family, etc. Somehow or other, we have to balance out all the um, material situations. If we create chaos and just suddenly run away from everything, that can create a very disturbing atmosphere. So, how to do this in a delicate manner? It's not an easy thing. Any Indian reading this will understand immediately. All Indians are the same. All Indians have their mothers coach them in how to get married, etc., and the daughters are the same. Later, there was an intense struggle of arguments and counter arguments in their house regarding marriage. Brajanath's mother, grandmother, and the other elderly ladies were on one side, while on the other, completely alone, was Brajanath. The ladies insisted in various ways that Brajanath should get married, but he did not agree. The discussion continued the entire day. Around evening time, it began to rain heavily and kept pouring throughout the night, so that Brajanath could not go to Mayapur. The next day, because of the heated arguments about marriage, he could not even eat his meals properly. In the evening, he went to Babaji's cottage. He paid obeisances and sat down close to Babaji, who said, yesterday night it was raining quite heavily. That's probably why you couldn't come. Seeing you today gives me great happiness. Brajanath said, Prabhu, I am facing a problem which I will tell you about later. First, please explain to me, if the jiva is a pure spiritual entity, how did he become entangled in this miserable world? What a beautiful question. This is so pertinent, this question, to all of us. If we're pure, but I already described this. because it's described in the Srimad Bhagavatam when Uddhav asks the same question. And Krishna responds, the foolish spirit soul, because the foolish spirit soul has given like the power of attorney over to the mind. He has to, because the identity of the gross material body has to be complete in the sense it has to function with the full potential of consciousness. So it has to originate from the soul. We are the soul now, but where our soul is sleeping in its potential, we'll discuss. Babaji smiled and said, Swarupataya hinan nija shuka paran Krishna vimukhan. Harer maya dandyan guna nigada jalai kalayate. Tata stulai lingai dvi vida varanai klesha nikarai. Maha karmalanai nyati niryau. Dasmula 6. By his original nature, the jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna. By his original nature. Now, we already have understood this from the previous chapter because we're manifesting from that Chit Shakti. And in that Chit Shakti, it's completely pure. So our original nature is completely pure. His Swarup Dham is service to Krishna. Jivara Swarup Hoy Krishna Nityadas. Krishna's bewildering energy, Maya, punishes those jivas who are bereft of that Swarup Dham. These jivas are diverted from Krishna and are concerned with their own happiness. She binds them in the ropes of the three modes of material nature, sattva, raja, and tama, covers their swarup with gross and subtle bodies, throws them into a miserable bondage of karma, thus repeatedly causing them to experience happiness and distress in heaven and hell. This Brahman Konya Bhagavan Jiva. Sat Guru Krishna Prasad Bhakti Lata Bij, that the jiva is oscillating between all these worlds. Brahman Brahmite, Konya Bhagavan Jiva, Guru Krishna Prasad Hoy, Bhakti Lata Bij. That until we get that Bhakti Lata Bij from Guru, we are just going to be going to heaven, to hell, and this world. We've described before that in Swagaloka, it's the species of pleasure, Bhogiyoni. And here in this earthly world, it's the species of karma, karma yoni. And in the lower worlds, it's papa yoni, the sinful species. So these three species are indicative of the nature of this tatashta. We're being slung from one side to the other side in our various desires and thoughts. And when we come into this middle earth planetary system, we incur the karma to either go to Swagaloka or to go to Naraloka. But if we're fortunate and we meet Guru, then this whole journeying up and down can terminate. This will be described. Now, these are very important paragraphs we're coming to here. Innumerable jivas appear from Sri Baladev Prabhu to serve Vrindavan Bihari Sri Krishna as his eternal associates in Goloka Vrindavan. That's the first type of jiva. These are Nitya Mukta, Nitya Mukta Parsads. These are eternal servants of the Lord in Goloka Vrindavan, in Gokul. They're manifesting from the Sandini Shakti within the realm of Gokul and Golok. The Manjaris and the Gopis are manifesting from Sri Radha's Kaya Guha. They're a different bracket, but it's the same principle that they're coming from the absolute pure Shakti. They haven't been through Jiva Shakti. They haven't manifested from the Tatastha Shakti. They're coming straight into service to Brajendranandan Shamsundar. Understand, we're going to be describing three types of jivas here. This is the first in Goloka Vrindavan, and the second is here described. And others appear from Sri Sankarshan to serve the Lord of Vaikuntha, Sri Narayan, in the spiritual sky. This is the second. The second is service in Vaikuntha, and they go there directly. There's no question of decision making or anything like that. They're eternally liberated souls. So these two types of souls are being described first: the eternally liberated spiritual souls, eternally relishing rasa, engaged in the service of their worshipable Lord. They always remain fixed in their constitutional position. These two types of jivas. They always strive to please Bhagavan and are always attentive to him, having attained the strength of Chit Shakti. They're manifesting from that Chit Shakti directly into the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, or the Lord of Paravyoma in Vaikuntha. This is the two types of jivas. They are always strong. They have no connection with the material energy. In fact, they do not know if there is a bewildering energy called Maya or not. We have to appreciate this. It's not like you're living in Vaikuntha and you're thinking, oh, those poor suffering jivas in the material world. You're not even aware of that. It's another prakosht, it's another dimension, it's another chamber, which has nothing to do with us. If the Lord wants one of those residents, a Shakti-Avesha avatar or something of that nature, or like Jai and Vijay, to come here, then it has something to do with us. But otherwise, or like our Guru Vargya are manifesting by their mercy here, then this world, in these, if we're residents of that spiritual domain, has nothing to do with us at all. This is what it's saying. In fact, they do not know if there is a bewildering energy called Maya or not. Since they reside in the spiritual world, Maya is very far away from them and does not affect them at all. If you read this, how could you possibly subscribe to the ludicrous idea that we fell from Vaikuntha, or that we fell from the spiritual world? This is like an atheistic conception. Understand it. It's totally apasinantic. And any society or group that generates this idea has got to have an atheistic foundation to it. Because it means that those residents in the spiritual world, because they put forward the idea that we became envious of Krishna and then fell into this world, that originally we were with Krishna. This means no true nishta in understanding what it's like to be with Krishna. If you're standing in front of Krishna, the most beautiful person in existence, the origin of beauty, there will never be a particle of thought that can leave that conception. Otherwise, it's not real. Otherwise, the whole spiritual world is just fake. It means that there's imperfection within the spiritual world if those entities can actually leave it. So if you have that conception that you fell from that place, it is ludicrous. And Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada has said categorically in the 7th canto, not only once, but many times in the Bhagavatam, but specifically you can look at it yourselves, and Rasamandri can publish this. In the 7th canto, the first chapter, text 35, in the first purport of Prabhupada, in the last line of that purport, Prabhupada is saying, he's talking about Jai and Vijay, the beginning of the Prahlad Charita. Yudhisthira is inquiring, how did they fall from the spiritual world? And Prabhupada says directly in that last sentence, it is a fact that no one falls from Vaikuntha. He may have intimated in a letter to encourage someone, but letters are not necessarily shastric. They are not the praman. You cannot carry a letter. A letter is to an individual, and it might be to inspire an individual to stay on their journey of Krishna consciousness, but it should not be counted as praman. It is not praman. Praman is considered what the acharya has written in Shastra. This is praman. What he's written in Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Nectar Devotion, all of this is praman. And there's many, many places in Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada's writings where he's saying categorically that the spiritual world is perfection. If there's perfection, it means there cannot even be a drop of salt of imperfection in there. Otherwise, he's saying something incorrect. So this explains it very clearly. Since they reside in the spiritual world, Maya is very far away from them and does not affect them at all. Always absorbed in the bliss of serving their worshipable Lord, they are eternally liberated and are free from material happiness and distress. Their life is love alone, and they are not even conscious of misery, death, or fear. Do we have faith in this or not? Are we believing the words of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, or do we think there's some flaw here? Something has been. But you know, as well as Bhaktivinoda Thakur saying this, Jiva Goswami says this, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says this, Rupa Goswami says this, Sanatan Goswami says this. All our Guru Vargya are in agreement with this. We did not fall from Vaikuntha. 1,000,000,000% we did not fall from Vaikuntha. It's completely aposidontic. It's like if you're doing an equation in calculus and you think that 1 plus 1 equals 3, then your whole equation is going to be out because you've made the incorrect premise right at the very beginning. You cannot be on track if you think there's imperfection in the spiritual world. How can you engender such nishta and faith in the spiritual world if actually it's revealed, well, there's actually a problem in the spiritual world? In the spiritual world, they actually came to this material. Why would they come to this material world from the spiritual world? Are they all crazy, mad? This is what's going to be clearly understood here. So I hope everyone is fully understanding this point without any question whatsoever, not even a smell of a question. Now, this is the third type of jiva. So we've discussed two, one in Goloka Vrindavan and one in Vaikuntha, and their life is love alone. Now the third type of jiva, which is Has. There are also innumerable atomic conscious jivas who emanate in rays in Karanadakshai Mahavishnu's glance upon his Maya Shakti. These jivas within the body of Mahavishnu have originated from the Tatastha Shakti, and they have determined in the Tatastha Shakti that they want to enjoy Maya. So from that region, they are immediately placed into the body of Mahavishnu. They're not manifest in the body of Mahavishnu. They're these atomic conscious jivas who they emanate from the rays. They come. Shambhu, he carries the seed of the jiva into it's called Adara Shakti, into the Pradhan, and then it becomes manifest as the um, Prakriti. This is the story of creation. So Mahavishnu, he glances towards Maya. And this, the Guru Vargya, my Gurudev in particular, explains, is some sense of contamination there because he's looking towards Maya. But this is why Mahavishnu has been manifested by Lord Narayan, the Purusha avatars. They're manifested by Sankarshan to perform and facilitate this lila of manifesting the material worlds, giving a place for these jivas who don't want to serve Krishna. It's a whole arrangement. It's so beautiful to appreciate. We must appreciate it. But we are coming from that Tatastha Shakti into the body of Mahavishnu because we've already decided that we want to exploit the material energy. And from the body of Mahavishnu, when Mahavishnu glances, how is Mahavishnu going to connect with the Mayic energy? It's by his eye glance. It's in that eye glance that he connects. And in that eye glance, that glance from Mahavishnu, it's saying here, Mahavishnu's glance upon Maya Shakti. Then it's Shambhu, Shivji, the third aspect of Shivji, who carries the seed, the prototype, the Hiranyagarbha of all the jivas in existence, the amalgamation of all the jivas in a single seed into the womb of this material energy, into the pradhan. And then it becomes manifest as the prakriti. Because also, alongside the jiva is manifested what? There's two ingredients in that glance. We should all appreciate this fully. There's two ingredients. There's the jiva, the amalgamation of all jivas, and there's time. Because there's no time in the spiritual world. Time is not present in the spiritual world. So time and the jivas are impregnated into this material world. Without the conception of time, the jivas can't move through their various apparent lives, etc., their time sequences. Without this past, present, and future, there can be no real workings of Maya. There has to be time here. It's the dynamic of this world. So time and the jiva are coming from the rays of Karanadakshay Vishnu into this world through the medium of Shambhu. When we see the Shiva Lingam, the phallic symbol, and it has the yoni underneath, that's the great cosmic procreation of this world. Okay, I'm going to finish this paragraph somehow or other, because there's so much in here. Who emanate as rays in Karanadakshay Mahavishnu's glance upon his Maya Shakti. Since these jivas are situated next to Maya, they perceive her wonderful workings. Although they have all the qualities of the jivas that I've already described, because of their minute and marginal nature, they sometimes look to the spiritual world and sometimes to the material world. So they're consisting, their nature is tatashta. These are tatashta jivas. Their consciousness is made of this tatashta. Tatashta isn't a geographical location, it's a state of consciousness. So we are made of this marginal energy. We have the propensity to look to either side. We've already discussed this in the previous chapter. They sometimes look to the spiritual world and sometimes to the material world. This is how we are in this world now. Sometimes we're looking to Krishna and sometimes we're looking to Maya. This is our dilemma. In this marginal condition, the jiva is very weak because at that time he has not attained spiritual strength from the mercy of the object of his worship, Seva Vastu. He hasn't attained that mercy immediately. Among these unlimited jivas, those who want to enjoy Maya become engrossed in mundane sense gratification and enter the state of Nitya Bada. We are eternally bound. We are going to be eternally bound until we become eternally unbound. Makes sense? We're eternally bound until we reach a point where we are no longer bound and we become eternally unbound. We become Nitya Mukta. So we reach that place. Among these unlimited jivas, those who want to enjoy Maya become engrossed in mundane sense gratification and enter the state of Nitya Bada. On the other hand, the jivas who perform Chid Anushilanam of Bhagavan receive spiritual Shakti, Chid Bala, by his mercy and enter. Huh?
By his mercy.
By his mercy, yes, and enter the spiritual world. Yes, by Krishna's mercy, by our practice, we get this Chid Bala, we get this spiritual potency to enter our consciousnesses into that spiritual domain. We come into that spiritual world where there is no Mayic influence because there's only the loving relationship with Krishna and Radha and all of the Brijvasis. That has manifested in the heart by his mercy and enter the spiritual world. Baba, it is our great misfortune that we have forgotten our service to Sri Krishna and have become bound in the shackles of Maya. Only because we have forgotten our constitutional position are we in this deplorable condition. Isn't that clear as crystal? I don't think you could write that clearer than this. We have become bound because of our attraction to the Mayic energy. And a wonderful thing is going to happen in this particular chapter. Brajana is playing the role of victim. He's thinking it's not my fault. It must be Krishna's fault. It must be Maya's fault. It's someone else's fault. He's not taking responsibility. It's called the victim mentality. When you're not able to take responsibility for your own predicament, when you think it's Krishna's fault because he made this horrible situation for me. I'm not in control. It was Krishna who made this arrangement. As long as we think like this, we can never, ever get out of this situation. It's only when we accept full responsibility for our situation that we can actually, we have the key in our hand. As long as we're not acknowledging that we have that key to liberation in our hands, Liberation towards transcendence. As long as we don't accept that, then we're going to be bewildered by Maya. We're going to think that we're weak. So we have to take responsibility, full responsibility for our own spiritual welfare. And all of the questions, there's going to be 7 questions that Brajna is going to ask. For example, he says the next one, Prabhu, I understand that this marginal position is situated in Tatastha Swabhav, or junction, of the spiritual and material worlds. Why is it that some jivas go from there to the material world and others go to the spiritual world? He feels a little bit hurt. Why is it some are going to the spiritual world and some are coming to the material world? How come I got stuck in the material world? It's not my fault. It's just by chance that I got here. We'll discuss tomorrow. These are very pertinent questions, and all the devotees should be very familiar with Bhaktivinoda Thakur's conclusive answers on these questions, because we have to preach and we have to speak to ourselves about this, and we have to speak to others about this clearly. Everyone in this conditioned world wants to know why they're here, where they've come from. Why are they suffering under Maya? If you're not connected with the devotees, you're just bewildered. None of it makes sense. But as soon as you hear these truths, everything makes sense, because it's my responsibility to turn towards the Lord. I have turned away from the Lord for so many births, and that turning away from the Lord is going to result in suffering. This is what we'll hear tomorrow. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Jivas bound by Maya ki jai. Gold Premanande Hari Hari Bol. So now we come to our subject, Jiva Tattva. And we've described that there are 3 chapters. There's Jiva Tattva, then there's the Jiva possessed by Maya, and then the liberated Jivas. So this Jiva Dharma really goes into depth about the Jiva's predicament and the path out of this predicament. So we understood from Srimad Bhagavatam, when Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is explaining the Satyam Paramadhimahi in the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, that what is the ultimate goal of Srimad Bhagavatam? What is the nature of this Satyam Parama? What is this highest truth that we should meditate on? And the conclusion of the Bhagavatam is bhakti, this devotion. This is the conclusion, is bhakti. So this is the ultimate conclusion of the opportunities that the jiva has to regain his position as he is already an eternal servant of Krishna, but he's forgotten, and he's been covered by the immense weight of this Mayic energy due to his own material desires. This is what we're going to discuss today. So we read yesterday how the 3rd type of atomic conscious jivas, manifesting from the rays of Karanadakshayi Mahavishnu's glance upon his Maya Shakti. So, and we've also discussed in the chapter 15 that there's not even a scent of Maya in the jiva's nature. Not even a scent of it. We embrace Maya ourselves, independently choose to exploit this material world, imagining ourselves to be like the Supreme. But in our very constitution and our nature, we are composed essentially of this Chit Shakti, and it has not even a smell of Maya in it. Therefore, that spiritual realm from where this Chit Shakti is manifesting similarly has not a scent of Maya in it. And we were describing yesterday how ludicrous it is to consider that we fell from that place into a Mayic world. No, this is apasidantic, and we should realize it conclusively, and wherever an opportunity arises, to purify that misconception, because the whole equation will not make sense if you think that we fell from that world. Nevertheless, we are coming from a spiritual place of consciousness, that Chit Shakti. We've come from there. So it can be confusing to less educated people. if they don't study this Jiva Dharma. They can be thinking, incorrectly. So, yes, we've read about the rays in Karanadakshayi Mahavishnu's glance to the Mayic energy carried by Shambhu, impregnating the womb, as we see the Shiva Lingam impregnating. It's the cosmic procreation, how it manifests. It's so beautiful to consider. And it's saying how the jivas see Maya's workings, wonderful workings. They're fantastic. If we look around the planet, how materially attractive so many places are. If we wander in a beautiful landscape anywhere in the world, we can go in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, England, America, South America, Russia, China, all these, they have incredible, exquisite landscapes that you can take great pleasure in. But this desire to enjoy Krishna's energy for our own relish is a Mayic influence. If we see everything here in this world is for Krishna's service, everything in this world is for Krishna's service. So it's interesting. In living here in India, you can't really walk out in a forest alone. It doesn't really exist. There's always people everywhere you go. So you don't get that same nature freedom that you get in many parts of the Western world. But I was considering this and that sort of freedom walking on a beach in the Western world is almost like walking in the Brahman. It's very, very beautiful to experience and everything, and you feel very joyful in it. But actually, it's an impersonal conception that we're absorbing. We're taking pleasure in the environment for myself. We're not utilizing that. If we're remembering this is a particle of Krishna's energy and how wonderful is Krishna, how wonderful is Krishna, then the next thought will come, how can I serve him? Because service is the symptom of that affection and the love and attraction. So then either I will be chanting very loudly to benedict those jivas, souls around me in nature, or I will be contemplating what sort of service can I perform to please Guru, Sadhu, and the Vaishnavas. How can I please Krishna? That all-consuming mood will be there. And this is very much supported in Bharatvash. In Bharatvash, there are temples everywhere. There are conches blowing everywhere. There are bells ringing everywhere. Everyone is worshipping with incense, somebody, somewhere. So this mood of worship is very much present in this land of Bharatvash. This is why Krishna appears in Bharatvash. Krishna doesn't appear in any of the other places. Perhaps his Shaktivesh avatars. Krishna is attracted to, he'll only appear in the Varnashram where the Varnashram system has actually been implemented. He won't appear anywhere else. So there's a great potency in this land. So you can't actually go so easily into the Brahman. Whereas if you're in the Western world, it can be very relaxing in a sense because you're walking on a beautiful beach, a beautiful sunny landscape, etc. Surfing, etc. Yes, in Australia, and you can get carried away to exploit the material energy for your own pleasure. This is like it's describing here that he sees the wonderful workings, perceives the wonderful workings of Maya. He sees those wonderful workings and then wants to exploit them and enjoy them. Although they have all the qualities of the jiva that I've already described, he's describing this third type of jiva. They have all the qualities that have previously been described in the spiritual world. They have the same potential for qualities, but they sometimes look to the spiritual world and sometimes to the material world. This is our predicament, and this is what we're contending with. This is why we're speaking these truths today. How to encourage the mind more towards the attraction to the service mood of Krishna. Krishna has manifested this world, or Swarup Shakti has manifested this world for the pleasure of Krishna. This is not our world. When we're thinking this is our world, we tend to put our own desires forward in it. Oh, why isn't it like this? Why isn't it like? It's not my world. It's Krishna's world. We should appreciate it as Krishna's world. And it was made for his pleasure. Everything here is for his pleasure. Swarup Shakti only considers, Sri Radhika only considers what is pleasurable for Krishna at every breath she takes. So she has manifested all these worlds from Swarup Shakti for Krishna's pleasure. It's Krishna's world. We have no right to make any um, uh, demand on Krishna for the situation in this world. And all these questions that Brajanath is going to ask, they're all like demands on Krishna, as if he's not realizing it's Krishna's world. We'll come to it. It's the truth. So, among these unlimited jivas, those who want to enjoy Maya become engrossed in mundane sense gratification and enter the state of Nityabada. On the other hand, the jivas who perform Chid Anushilanam, this means worship of the Lord, Anushilanam, receive spiritual Shakti, Chidbala, by His mercy. Always remember, it's by His mercy. I make the endeavor, that's called Chesta. And by my endeavor, Krishna will reciprocate. Yayatam mam prapadyante tam stataiva prajamyaham. As the sadhak makes the effort, then Krishna will give his kripa, Chesta and kripa. Receive spiritual Shakti by his mercy and enter the spiritual world. Baba, it is our great misfortune that we have forgotten our service to Krishna. Because we've forgotten that it's his world, therefore we should be serving him. We've become bound in the shackles of Maya only because we have forgotten our constitutional position. We are in this deplorable condition. So even if we begin to remember this with our intellect, with our intelligence, that's the start of it. That's the start of realization. Our intelligence has to be purified first. We have to have it absolutely fixed in concrete. What is our position here? And gradually, that intelligence will become more and more purified till it will turn into deep spiritual realization. This is the process. It begins, it's described in the Sangvit Shakti. The Sangvit Shakti is the knowledge potency. Knowledge actually enters the mental quantum of the jiva. And then from that knowledge, we bring that knowledge gradually into the heart, where it mixes with the Hladini Shakti and becomes realized knowledge. This is what we are praying for, this realization of these truths. Then we can never err again. We can never be distracted again once we have profound realization of these truths. And we will get little drops of realization along the way. Gradually, like filling a pond. Gradually, the pond is being filled daily with newer and fresher realizations. And then when the weight of that water in the pond is sufficient, then it will overflow in the form of tears of bliss and joy in service to Krishna. So this is the process. It's moving this way. So now Brajanath responds, Prabhu, I understand that this marginal position is situated in Tatastha Svabhav, this marginal position of consciousness. Tatastha is a state of consciousness or junction of the spiritual and material worlds. Why is it that some jivas go from there to the material world while others go to the spiritual world? Actually, Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, he's described that far more jivas go to the spiritual world than actually come into this material world. It's as if we're at that junction in some historic context, because there is time in this material world. So therefore, there was a moment when we chose to come into this material world. And that very moment, there would have been an influence of like Vedic mantras, etc. An influence of pure Shuddha Sattva would be shining through. Were we attracted to, except we also saw the glitter of Maya, and that captured our attention. And that Maya saying to you, hey, you can be like God too. You can enjoy Bhoga like God, Bhakrita, Bhakta, become the enjoyer. Yes, I want that. So then you want it so bad that Lord Brahma, he puts these 5 coverings. It's described in the 12th chapter of the 3rd canto. They're called nascent engagements, 5 coverings over the jiva, the bewilderment about the illusory energy. And it's described fear of death. It's described anger after frustration. It's described that this possession of objects which I believe are my own, and complete bewilderment about my material condition. These 5 nascent engagements, Lord Brahma covers the jiva. He has to, because the jiva is so desperate to acquire this false ego. The real ego, the soul, has to just sit quietly in submissiveness to the mind, wanting this false conception. He has to have a false identity of being the material body, enjoy matter. He can't enjoy matter if he doesn't think the body. Realize we're not the material body. How can you enjoy? The soul can't enjoy matter. There's no the soul in matter whatsoever. It's just all external. The soul is internal.
So once you realize that,
Then you're finished. Once you realize that,
believe
no, then you have to endure your various karma, your karma, etc., and you will realize your siddhadeya. But your vastu siddhi is when you leave together. When it's that time, Krishna will determine when is that time. When you leave that body, if you have this realization in the body, then you can be a great support to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, and you can enlighten many people with your understanding of the science of the soul. As so many devotees, we talked about Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Maharaj, a great soul having realization of these truths is able to impart these truths easily to others and to convince them to actually take serious of spiritual life. This is what Bhakti Vallabh does. Even his brothers, etc., his sisters, he convinced all of them to actually, which is very difficult to do often, because the family is they know you since you've been a little child. So anyway, he accomplished that. So why is it that some jivas go from there to the material world and others go to the spiritual world? Babaji, Krishna's qualities are also present in the jivas. Yes, we've discussed this at length, but only in a minute quantity. How many times does Bhaktivinoda Thakur have to say this? You know, we have to realize we have a minute quantity of these qualities. Krishna is supremely independent, so the desire to be independent is eternally present in the jivas as well. We have this independence. When the jiva uses his independence correctly, he remains disposed towards Krishna. But when he misuses it, he becomes vimuk, indifferent to him. What does vimuk? Muk means face, vi means away from. He turns away from Krishna. Now, this is going to describe an equation. Krishna is the origin of beauty in all existence. Krishna means all attractive. And we have turned our head away from that. This is considered an offense to Krishna. If you're talking to me nicely and I completely turn away from you and start talking to someone, you feel a little bit, you know, hey, why isn't he listening to me? I'm talking to him. Naturally, you'll feel affronted. You'll feel offended. What to speak of the most beautiful personality in existence? We've turned away from him to look at the stool of the material world. That's called offense. And it's most wonderful what happens after that. Because as soon as offense comes, then material desires have to come in the heart, because the jiva by nature is an enjoyer. If he's not enjoying his chid anushilanam worship of Krishna, he has to try and enjoy Maya. Therefore, billions of material desires spring in the heart of the jiva, and he wants to enjoy matter. That's the direct result of turning away from Krishna. And then what is the result of those material desires? Equals suffering. This is exactly what we're just going to read. When the jiva uses his independence correctly, he remains disposed towards Krishna. But when he misuses it, he becomes vimukh, indifferent to him. It is just this indifference that gives rise to the desire in the jiva's heart to enjoy Maya. Because of the desire to enjoy Maya, he develops the false ego that he can enjoy material sense gratification. And then the 5 types of ignorance: tamaha, not knowing anything about the spiritual soul; moha, the illusion of the bodily concept of life; mahamoha, madness for material enjoyment; tamasira, forgetfulness of one's constitutional position due to anger or envy; and andartamisra, considering death to be the ultimate end. And I've just described these same ignorances are actually placed physically over the jiva by Lord Brahma. And Lord Brahma doesn't like this service at all. He doesn't like to cover the jiva in ignorance. And he requests Krishna, what shall I do now? I'm not satisfied with this. Krishna directs him, give up that body, which means give up that conception that you created this, just drop it. So he drops that body. And that body takes the form of, we'll read it afterwards, but it's very beautiful description. Cover his pure. Our liberation or subjugation simply depends on whether we use our minute independence properly or misuse it. Very, very simple. We've got the independence and we wouldn't want to give it up either. We all cherish the treasure of this independence. It's our identity of who we are. We don't want to give it up, but we shouldn't misuse it. We know what to do. I'm not going to start saying what we should and shouldn't. Everybody knows what is in the best interest for spiritual life. Brajanath, Krishna is Karunamayi, full of mercy. So why did he make the jivas so weak that they became entangled in Maya? This is almost like Brajanath is blaming Krishna. He's saying, it's not my fault. Krishna's the one who made me weak. You see, he's not taking responsibility for the situation. He's not accepting the predicament. We are weak, and this is the way that it's been arranged by the Lord. Let's hear his answer. Babaji, it is true that Krishna is Karunamayi. Karunamayi means overflowing with mercy. However, he is also Lilamaya, overflowing with desire to perform pastimes. Krishna's created this material world, or Swarup Shakti has created this material world, so Krishna can perform pastimes within this material world. This is Krishna's home. This is for him to perform the pastimes. He is also Lilamaya, overflowing with desire to perform pastimes. Desiring various pastimes to be enacted in different situations, Sri Krishna made the jivas eligible for all conditions. He makes us eligible to be covered over by the Mayic energy or to be liberated by turning towards him, from the marginal state to the highest state of Mahabhav. In other words, we can approach this state of Mahabhav. We have that option. It's our choice each time. Each time we have to come down to this point of choice. This is Krishna's world, and he's performing this Leela within the world just to see how the jivas will react in this particular situation. Krishna also comes to this world because he has a special Vaishishtya when he brings his whole Vrindavan Dham to this world. This is a really remarkable pastime because in the spiritual world, for example, the gopis, they actually don't have husbands, etc., but they have the conceptions that they have husbands. And these demons, they don't actually enter into the spiritual world, but they have conceptions that they enter. So Krishna can enact the hero, But in Bhoma Vrindavan, in earthly Vrindavan, all this becomes like a reality. They actually do have husbands, and the demons really do come into Vrindavan. So there's a speciality, a Vaishishtya. Vaishishtya means speciality of Vrindavan in this world. This is the Leela Mai that Krishna himself will relish in the material world. We have to consider all of these things. And to facilitate the jivas progressing practically and steadfastly towards becoming qualified for Krishna's service, he has created the lower levels of material existence, beginning from the lowest inert matter up to ahankar, which are the cause of unlimited obstruction in obtaining Paramananda. Ahankar means ahang, the etymology of this word ahang. Aham is I, aham. Kara means to do. What is my eligibility? What what potency do I have to do? Ahankara, what is my ability?
Consciousness that I am the doer.
I am the doer, yes. So beginning from the lowest inert matter up to the ahankar. Ahankar is the false ego ultimately, which are the cause of unlimited obstruction in obtaining Paramananda. It appears that we have unlimited obstruction. For example, we get entangled in family life. Then the affection and attraction is very, very temporary, how long that lasts. And then it just becomes like a business balancing between the husband and the wife. You know, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada described married life like politics and diplomacy. We're like juggling. Well, she did this, so I have to do that. And he did this, now I have to do that. And this balancing, because the actual essence of love can't be there in the material world. It's all about exploitation. The husband marries the wife because he wants something, and the wife marries the husband because she wants something. And those two desires come together and they try to make a happy situation. But we see that practically never that situation manifests to each person's satisfaction. There's always a shortfall because they're relating to the material body and the material desires. If they make their house like an ashram, if they're offering all of their foodstuffs to Krishna, if their children are being trained as devotees, if they're hearing and speaking Harikatha in their household, that household can become absolutely perfect. It can become like the spiritual world. But that ashram situation has to be developed with knowledge and care. Having fallen from their constitutional position, that means we've, in this Tatashta Svabhav, we've come into the material. We've embraced the material, the false ego. We've embraced that. We've embraced the attraction towards Maya. We're hungry to enjoy Maya. The jivas who are entangled in Maya are indifferent to Krishna and engrossed in personal sense gratification. The jiva becomes fallen, the more Krishna provides him with opportunities to attain the highest spiritual perfection. And we can understand this through the ages. In Satya Yuga, what relationship could you attain with Krishna? The practice was for liberation, for moksha. At most, in Satya Yuga, you could attain Vaikuntha, even though everything was conducive for external harmony, etc. These four beautiful qualities were present in Satya Yuga. Niravaha, there was no envy. Somaha, there was no influence of the material modes of nature in Satya Yuga. It was such a powerful environment. And Shantaha, everything was completely, there was no disturbances anywhere in the world. And so hard, friendly with everyone else. These are the four principal qualities. But what was the attainment that Mahamsas, what could they attain? All these very high Aishwarya type of avatars were there. All awe and reverence. This excludes the sweetness of, even though they had the most wonderful environment and they would perform, achieve this connection within Aishwarya. It's like moksha, it's like a glorified liberation of Vaikuntha. And then the next two qualities, and that's Dharmashtata Brahmavadinaha. Everyone was very dharmic and they were very minded. So again, it was a very beautiful atmosphere, but he achieved. It wasn't that Madhurya that could be achieved. It was Aishwarya at max could be achieved by severe austerities. And then Dwapara Yuga, in this age, at the end, Dwapara Yuga, there is one good quality. Asavaha, always inquiring, where is God? Where is God? Where is God? Degrading. The ages are degrading. And then we come into Kali Yuga, has no qualities. Mandu Sumanda Mataya, Mandu Barge Upar. Everyone is unfortunate, unlucky, short-lived, and above all, is disturbed. If you go to the North Pole, whatever, penguins are disturbed. You know, everyone on the planet, it's the nature of darkness of this age, the most munificent, such and he's giving the highest conception. So when the jiva becomes most fallen, most, especially at this particular point in history, in this Kali Yuga, when governments are becoming more and more and more oppressive, this is pushing the intelligent, sensitive jiva to take shelter of the Lord. There isn't another option. If we take shelter of puny intelligence, where are we going to get to? You might see many of these new age avatars or, Kali Yuga gurus. They appear to know all the whole stream of the hoaxes, etc., that have been perpetrated. And then people tend to give them honor for that, but they don't know about God. They don't know to protect the cow. They don't know about other planetary systems. They don't know that the earth is flat, for example. They still follow the hoax of it being like a ball. All these things that they don't have knowledge of. So they're in ignorance. And the masses, we will see over the next few years, many of these new age gurus, already they've been coming for so many years. But again, they will come. As the oppression gets deeper, men will see, oh, we can exploit this, and again, I can be the most important person.
Seems to be increasing.
Huh?
Seems to be.
And more than that, he has to study Srimad Bhagavatam. He has to study Chaitanya Charitamrita. He has to pray for the mercy of Sachinandan Gaurahari and Guru and all our Guru Vargya to bless his heart with realization of these truths. He has to become strong. Otherwise, he'll just go down into some horrific hell. It's great. We've got such a stark choice. An intelligent man won't even hesitate. He'll just go straight to the light, straight to the place where he can serve the Lord. He brings this about by appearing before him along with his spiritual Dham and his eternal associates. This is Sachinandan Gaurahari. Those jivas who take advantage of this merciful opportunity and sincerely endeavor to attain the higher position gradually reach the spiritual world and attain a state similar to that of Sri Hari's eternal associates. Similar to that. We are sadhan siddha. We're not nitya siddha. We're sadhan siddha. We're going to achieve that place of sadhan siddha, back into the spirit. But you see, the exceptional beauty of this age is that if we come under the guidance properly of the Goswamis and the teachings of Mahaprabhu, we absolutely don't want to look towards Vaikuntha. We understand Vaikuntha is like a glorified, liberated condition, in fact. Vaikuntha has 2.5 rasas. That's Shantaras, Dasyaras, and a little bit of Sakyaras. And all the residents there, they're either Salokya, Samipya, Sarupya, Salokya, Samipya, Sarupya, Sharsti. These four liberations are there. And they spend their life in glorification or in reverence of Krishna. But there is something so much sweeter that Krishna demonstrated in his Krishna avatar 5,000 years ago that Mahaprabhu has come to open out. This is Brajadam, Braja Prem, Braja Ras. This is what Mahaprabhu has come to give that hasn't been given before. In the whole day, Anapita Chirim Chirat Kurunai Bharatinokula, not for a long, long time. The whole day and the night of Lord Brahma, this has not been given. What we have got access to today has never been given in this day of Lord Brahma. It's exceptional, and it's coming in the darkest age of Kali at the most suffering time because it's polarizing the jiva. Do you want to go that way or do you want to go this way? Come on, we have to wake up. We've got every inspiration and incentive to wake up to these truths.
There's no middle ground.
There's no middle ground. There cannot be a middle ground. Tatashta means one bank or the other bank. There isn't a neutral place. The neutral place is like back in the Tatashta or back in the Brahmajyoti. That's Brahmagyan. Yes, that's the Shantaras. That's the neutral place where there's no attraction to Krishna and there's no attraction to this world. There's nothing. It's called Shantaras. That's how Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati describes that neutral zone. That's the Nirvishesh Brahmgyan. That's what Bhaktivinoda Thakur was talking about in the Falshruti just now. If you don't achieve that, then you look for that Brahmagyan. Because actually the point of Shuddha Bhakti involves Sharnagat first. That means submissiveness and surrender to the Supreme Lord's path and all his servants in the heart. We can't move on this trail without that point of Sharnagat. Sharnagat is not just a single conception, but it's something that is manifesting constantly. We're constantly becoming more and more surrendered as we progress along this path. We have to surrender to the truth, for example, about not criticizing devotees. We just have a habit of doing like that, but Harinam won't manifest in the heart if we condemn other practitioners on this path, and this will just erode our devotion. So the 10 offenses in the chanting of the holy name have to be carefully cultivated if the holy name is going to act in a expedient way, in a quick way. Otherwise, it will be quite a slow process. If we keep scarring ourselves with offenses, we have to guard ourselves against these offenses. It's futile. So we have to be cautious and careful on this path. So we've reached our time again. But I'll just read the next question for tomorrow. Brajanath is saying, why must the jiva suffer for the sake of Bhagavan's pastimes? These are beautiful questions because so many people will naturally ask this. If the Lord is so kind and sweet, why is he making the jiva suffer? Isn't that a good question? Why do we have to suffer? Everybody wants to know the answer to this. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving it in detail, clearly, for our appreciation and absorption. So tomorrow we'll discuss this beautiful question, and hopefully we'll be able to absorb more and more of these eternal truths about our nature, the jiva's nature. And absorbing these truths, then we can be liberated from these material constraints. Knowledge is a very liberating state. Once I know the terrain, so to speak, I know the journey, I know what to avoid. If I'm wise and smart and don't keep submitting to my material pushings and desire. What is the first verse of Upadeshamrita? Vacho Vegam, Manasa Krodha Vegam. Rupa Goswami is telling us straight away. Control the mind, control the senses, control the belly, control the genitals, etc. He's telling us right at the very beginning. Bhagavad Gita is telling the same thing. We have to learn to control the mind. The mind, if it's weak, without control, it'll just flop into the illusory world of Maya indulgence. It'll just pancake into there. But if there's a little bit of this chitbala, this spiritual Shakti, has manifested from our practice, then we'll be somewhat distant from the pushings or from the Mayic illusion. 100% we will be. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Srila Bhakti Ballabh Tirtha Maharaj ki jai. Anantakota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. So we're into page 360.
61.
No, 360.
The tops.
We didn't actually go through. No, we didn't go through the. I read the question yesterday
Yes.
on 360, but I didn't read the answer. So, so far, the questions have been: if Krishna is Karunamai, full of mercy, why did he make the jiva so weak to become entangled in Maya? And Babaji is talking about the independent nature of the jiva, which is within Krishna himself. And it's this independence to make a choice that gets him in this difficulty. But we would never want to give up our independence simultaneously, because that's going to be another question of Brajnath later on. So then the last sentence in the answer that Babaji is giving on the top of page 360, those jivas who take advantage of this merciful opportunity to sincerely endeavor to attain the highest position gradually reach the spiritual world and attain a state similar to that of Sri Hari's eternal associates. Similar, not the same. We're sadhana siddha. This is what I explained yesterday. We're not nitya siddha. Nitya siddha are eternally liberated. We are sadhana siddha. We're coming from a different place. It has a different speciality about it. So Brajanath's question now: why must the jivas suffer for the sake of Bhagavan's pastimes? This is a very common question that all people ask. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is so mercifully opening this up. Most acharyas, most teachers of this topic don't go into such depth as Bhaktivinoda Thakur is going in this Jaiva Dhamma, because ultimately the process of our sudden bhakti is what's going to purify the consciousness completely, and we're just going to simply forget about this Mayic energy. We're not going to be so tortured or tormented or attracted to it by the strength of our sudden bhajan. So the teachers and most of the commentaries, they don't focus excessively on this, because ultimately the jiva can't understand his position, as I've said many times, because he doesn't understand the nature of eternality. We've never experienced anything in this world of eternality. So ultimately, we can't understand that point, the highest point. But we can understand to serve Krishna. This we can understand. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada used to say regularly, don't worry how you got here, just worry about getting out of here. Nevertheless, this is explaining how we got here and as well as how to get out of here. So why must the jivas suffer for the sake of Bhagavan's pastimes? Babaji, the jivas possess some independence. This has already been explained. This is actually a sign of Bhagavan's special mercy upon them. Inert objects are very insignificant and worthless because they have no such independent desire. It's a profound consideration. This microphone, this tripod, etc., doesn't have independent movement or desire. It's inert. So the material energy is inert. Although we will look at mountains, etc., they appear to be inert, but previously they were alive. And they do have souls. Their wings were cut off by Indra. We can't imagine so many things of the past. But nevertheless, trees, when we see trees, they're not without soul. They do move. They have independence to grow to the sun. They have that choice. That's the practically the only choice they make. And their roots search for minerals and vitamins, etc., in the soil to nourish themselves. So they have consciousness. Achadita Chetana, it's called. So they're not inert. What is inert is like a brick or a microphone or a bed or something like a chair. That's the inert world, but not mountains and trees and rivers. They are not inert. They're different. Special mercy upon them. Inert objects are very insignificant and worthless because they have no such independent desire. You see sometimes a tree, it'll be growing and a wall will be built to restrict it, and you'll see photographs, pictures of the tree going around the wall. Trees, they have intelligence to do like that. Rivers will go around objects. They have consciousness. We don't see the movements of mountains today, but there were. Giriraj Govardhan was originally in the Himalaya, and his father was Dronacharya, and he came here. He agreed to come here to Braj. So there are pastimes about the previous mountains, etc. But now in Kali Yuga, they've been shut down. The jivas have attained sovereignty of the inert world only because of his independent desire. Isn't that a beautiful sentence? We have control over this, we appear to have control over this material world because we can manipulate this inert energy, build skyscrapers, build roads, make cars, do all these, things that we do with our distracted minds, right? So, and we have that sovereignty to do that because of our independent nature. Therefore, Babaji is saying, respect your independent nature, because ultimately it's your independent nature that turned you away from Krishna. So it's double-edged sword, so to speak. We have to appreciate it deeply. Misery and happiness are conclusions. Sorry, I'm not reading well today. It's very hot here today. I'm tripping over my words. Misery and happiness are conditions of the mind. Thus, when we may consider misery is happiness, thus what we may consider misery is happiness for one engrossed in it. For example, someone drinking themselves, into a stupor. We observe from the outside what a miserable condition you've come to, but the person involved in it, he thinks it's happiness. So the material activities we engage in and imagine we're getting some Jad Ananda, it's called. Jad means dull, Ananda pleasure. We're getting some Jad Ananda from it. But for the person who is standing outside of that, he realizes this is just misery that this person is engrossed in. For one engrossed in it, since all varieties of material sense gratifications finally result in nothing but misery. A materialistic person only achieves suffering. You cannot achieve anything less than suffering by engaging in activities to try and exploit the material energy for your own benefit, because it's against our nature. It's against our dharma, ultimately. Absolutely, irrevocably. You can't change the fact. You can't earn $1 billion and think that now I can become happy. What do we see is the history of various billionaires? They often commit suicide. They live a most struggling, ghastly life, actually. On the outside, it might appear very opulent and so on, but internally, they also get toothache. They also suffer. All kinds of afflictions will come to the body and mind, and their relationships with other people are not even real anymore because people only want to exploit them. So we see that. We all know that. We all know this. Nothing but misery. A materialistic person only achieves suffering. When that suffering becomes excessive, now these are the links that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving us. When that suffering becomes excessive, it gives rise to a search for happiness. When you get pushed into a corner firmly enough, then you start to think, what am I doing here? Why am I in this predicament? Even that desire, from that desire, discrimination arises. And from discrimination, the tendency for inquiry is born. What am I doing here? Why am I suffering like this? Why is this lamentable condition coming on my head? Who am I? This is when the jiva asks that question, who am I? As a result of this, one attains satsanga. When you inquire, you naturally, it's like in a hospice, for example, where people go to die. I've mentioned this before. I had a friend who worked there for a long time, and he noticed that when the soul was about to depart from the body, then the person would always start to inquire about very significant, profound questions about life. Who am I? What am I doing here? What have I done with my life? What is the purpose of life? Because the soul's about to leave and the suffering becomes very intense. But of course, it's too late then to do very much about it externally. But the inquiry is there, and we can observe that they were inquiring. And if there's a great war on, bombs are dropping everywhere, then people start actually asking, what is the purpose of this existence? Why am I here? Why am I suffering? Friends are dying, etc. So many negative things are going on. That is actually a form of mercy to wake the jiva up, to make that inquiry. If he's just going along in the pink clouds, taking all the various fruits of this material world and thinking that he's happy, and most of the jivas are thinking like that, they don't think that they're particularly happy, but they're satisfied with their survival status, that they're at least surviving. But they're not inquiring. But when the suffering gets extreme, then the jiva naturally begins to inquire, which is what Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying here. As a result of this, one attains satsanga, the association of saintly people. Who else can give the answers? Today, there are many Kali Chelas. There are many false prophets, so to speak, on the planet, who perhaps know all the ins and outs of the various suffering hoaxes and all the rest of it, and they speak nicely about that, but actually they don't know about the solution at all. They just think the solution is going to be a material, happy place. That's the solution they're searching for. Where can we find a happy family's situation on some nice community or something of that nature? This is not the purpose of life. The purpose of life is for higher inquiry, simple living, and high thinking. This was the standard that we were taught by Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Simple living, for the sake of living simply, to give ourselves time for higher thinking. The purpose in life is higher thinking always. That's the objective. Above everything else is higher thinking. How can I surround myself with an environment where my enthusiasm will be towards only higher thinking? Hearing Harikatha, reading the Shastra, chanting Hare Krishna, worshipping Thakurji, etc., visiting or living in the holy dhams, associating with devotees, hearing from Guru. This is all activities around someone who's inquiring towards the higher spiritual subject matter. And without that, we're just bereft.
Isn't it also Vedanta Sutra starts with
Ato,
Atato Brahma Jigyasa?
yes, this Ato, was it?
Atato Brahma Jigyasa.
Yes, Jignasa, this
No, it's
first
the
sutra of the Brahma Sutra,
Vedanta Sutra.
Vedanta Sutra, sorry. Atato Jignasa
Brahma Jigyasa.
Brahma Jigyasya. Who am I? Yes, what is my purpose in life? This is inquiry. In the Vedanta Sutra, it's explaining like this. And this is our objective also, regardless of it. So when we're pushed into a suffering condition, this is the step by step that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is opening out here, into that suffering condition. Then we start to ask who we are. And then Krishna hears the sincere prayer or inquiry of that person, and he will send a devotee. There are millions of devotees on the planet, and they're always happy to explain these precepts to those who inquire submissively. So those devotees are already planted all over the planet, just waiting for any inquiring soul to come and ask about these precepts, and then they can be given the answers. Whereupon Shraddha develops. Shraddha is the first stage. Was it Shraddha, Bhajana Kriya, Anartha Nivritti, Nishta, Ruchi, Asakti? I wonder why today, just for your information, we had some trouble with the internet to begin with. I've just spent a lot of money today to upgrade my internet speed. And it seems deliberately that Krishna is saying, you can't pay for the speed, he'll decide. But whatever, but I've just tried to arrange materially for the speed to be increased. And now, 2 or 3 times today, it seems to have gone down. So I don't know what that means. I just do my duty, what I can do. I'm not in control. Whereupon Shraddha develops. Shraddha is the baseline all the way through. And we've said many times, this Shraddha is a dynamic commodity. It's always increasing and evolving. If we're not feeling that our Shraddha, our faith, is evolving day by day by day, then we should be more attentive to our sadhan bhajan. It means there's something missing in my practice if my faith is not increasing daily. There has to become newer and newer appreciations of Krishna's reality in the transcendental world and my journey towards that connection with Krishna in service. That has to be always moving. So that Shraddha is the baseline, is the foundation of that. And that, like Sharanagati, Sharanagati, we can say, comes after Shraddha. And that's also growing. All these processes are all, Nishta, for example, isn't just a finished Nishta. That also evolves and grows. We'll be put in different circumstances, different situations where our Nishta, our absolute determination, will be examined and strengthened. So it's all beautifully supported for our well-being. It's remarkable how this whole dynamic is arranged by the Lord. It's such a beautiful, sublime process. Swarup Shakti, yes. He's saying by Yogamaya. I have to say it again because they didn't. By Yoga, but Yogamaya, Krishna, Swarup Shakti, all of this divine, we can say. When Shraddha is born, the jiva ascends to a higher stage, namely the path of bhakti. If he comes to the path of bhakti, then the jiva has acquired the greatest fortune in existence. Whatever our stage of bhakti, it's the greatest fortune, the greatest wealth, the greatest treasure, devotion to the Lord. If that becomes apparent to the sadhak, to the inquirer, then nothing can be greater than this. This is the beginning of our journey. And our journey goes on until we actually enter that transcendental kingdom to perform pastimes with the Lord. Even then, the journey is not complete because that self-realized soul is always thinking, how can I please Krishna more? The gopis are immersed in the thoughts of how they can satisfy Krishna's desires. It's a dynamic, it's not a static thing. It's an ecstatic, always, always. How can I please Krishna more? How can I please Krishna more? It's never stationary, it's never static. It's always, it has to be this movement, has to be there. Growth, evolution of consciousness, it's expanding. And it's expanding unlimitedly. Anandam buddhi vardhanam. Unlimited bliss. It doesn't have an end, doesn't have a shoreline. We can't even imagine it. It's beyond our imagination. Beyond the imagination, heavy with wonder, and shining in the heart with pure goodness. Such is the condition of rasa. It's described. This is the verse. Wait a minute. Otherwise, no one else will hear it.
Like having a material body and being in the material world, it's a very big disadvantage because material body requires sleep. So when we sleep, our consciousness goes down. It's not always progressing. It's an obstacle. So
But as soon as you wake up,
yeah,
you get recharged.
gets recharged. Yes.
And then again, you begin. And as you grow older, the body actually needs less sleep, except in the baking summer temperatures.
Okay.
But for the most part, the body actually reduces. The Goswamis, as we know, would take practically 20 minutes sleep a day, state of ignorance. So this is the reality that we can aspire for
Yeah.
and practice.
Spiritualize the body more. And
When
more.
the spiritual energy
Yes.
becomes surcharged, then there's less need to go to sleep. You don't
Yes.
need that.
That's required.
We need the sleep to recharge. But if you're getting the spiritual recharge, you need less sleep.
Yes. Yes.
This is actually how it works. So it's progressive.
Progressive. Yep.
Gold is purified by heating and hammering. Being indifferent to Krishna, the jiva has become impure through engaging in mundane sense gratification. It's impure because it's not pleasing Krishna, and my nature is to please Krishna. So it's become impure. So by heating and hammering, just like you make some iron object by heating it, and then you hammer it into shape. Wow, this is really the internet today is doing amazing things. Anyway, the Facebook one has gone down, but it's trying to reconnect. If you're on Facebook, it's trying to reconnect. Okay, let's see. It might be because of the intense temperatures that this is happening. It's gone again. Okay, it's come back. Okay, we are submissive to the environment. However, it's afflicting us today. I'll read this again because it's a very beautiful paragraph. Gold is purified by heating and hammering. Being indifferent to Krishna, the jiva has become impure through engaging in mundane sense gratification. He's trying to gratify his material senses. The senses are attracted to the sense objects. The senses are an extension of the material mind. The mind is material, and it's trying to get pleasure from matter, which it can never ever do ultimately in a satisfying way. Momentarily, that Jada Ananda I just described can come through, but essentially the jiva will always be restless and always be hankering and always be unhappy until his soul connects with the spiritual world in relationship to Krishna. Therefore, he must be purified by being beaten with the hammers of misery on the anvil of this material world. By this process, the misery of the jivas averse to Krishna finally culminates in happiness. It does. It must do. If you're smashed down again and again and again, and then you start to inquire and you go through the process Bhaktivinoda Thakur's just described, and through that inquiry you get sadhu sangha, then you start to elevate yourself to an eternal place. So that misery had a purpose to bring you to that stage. By this process of misery, the jiva's averse to Krishna finally culminates in happiness. Suffering is therefore just a sign of Krishna's mercy. That is why far-sighted people see the suffering of jivas in Krishna's pastimes as auspicious, though the nearsighted can only see it as an inauspicious source of misery. I think this is very hard for us to appreciate if you haven't come out of that dull miserable condition, to understand that my misery is going to end up with happiness. You don't know that conclusively at the time. But if you have faith in the Shastra, then you will be prayerful and tolerant. Tattenu kampam susamikshamana. It's saying in Shastra that one should tolerate the various afflictions caused by his own karma, his own karmic creation, and that his welfare is absolutely assured. Dhyabak. It's his eternal inheritance. It must come
Yes.
because we are eternal spirit souls. It has to come.
Yes.
But if you don't have faith in that, then that'll be a problem for you. Brajanath, the jiva's suffering in his conditioned state is ultimately auspicious. So Brajanath has understood this. But in the present state, it is very painful. That's what I was just saying. Since Krishna is omnipotent, couldn't he think of a less troublesome path? Yes, it's amusing. It really is. Again, he's coming from a point of view, it's not really my fault. It's really Krishna's fault that this struggle and suffering is going on. He's not accepting the full responsibility for his karmic reactions, which are causing these afflictions in this world. It's really so basic and so simple. The whole procedure is really simple, but the actual practical application of it is the life that we live and is very difficult, fraught with all kinds of difficulties caused by our wayward minds, principally being attracted to the Mayic energy. Babaji, Krishna's Leela is extremely wonderful and of many varieties. This is also one of them. This whole material world has been manifested for Krishna's pleasure. As long as we don't realize this and we're indignant, thinking that actually this is my world for my pleasure, this is when we're going to be suffering. If I think this world has been manifested for my pleasure, I can build a nice house, I can have a nice family, I can have all the nice car and everything for me. This selfishness that the jiva is implicated in through his pushings of his material desires because he hasn't focused on Krishna. But the reality is the whole world belongs to Krishna. Who is the most famous person in existence? It's Krishna, because he as Paramatma is in the heart of every single jiva in existence. There's no one more famous than Krishna.
No.
So why are we trying to usurp his fame? Why don't we just submit? This is Krishna's arrangement. He has made it like this. Like, for example, if you go to somebody's house and say they've painted the whole house blue, and you say to them, but don't you know I like yellow? But it's not your house. It has nothing to do with you. It's their house, and they chose to have it blue. So what right do you have to say, why isn't it yellow? So what right do we have to question Krishna's arrangement of his world? It's Krishna's world. It's not my world. This illusion to thinking that belongs to me, and therefore I have some judgment of it, how it should be. Krishna's pastimes were too rough. Why didn't he make them more easy? This is what Brajana's asking. But it's Krishna's world. And Krishna made it like this because we don't have that love and respect for the Lord yet. That hasn't risen. Therefore, we become indignant. We become averse to Krishna. I know even some people who start to hate Krishna. It's true. Even though they're devotees, they start to become angry with Krishna's arrangements, not accepting or respecting his principle, the purpose of his arrangement. Ultimately, it's to offer the jiva the most incredible opportunity of coming to him in the transcendental world. It's the most exhilarating journey, but we have to come to the reality of it now in our consciousnesses and accept these truths like stone pillars, that can't be shifted or moved. And then we can go to the next step like that, move along nicely. This is all in preparation for the Rasa Tattva at the end of this book. If these truths, these 3 chapters on Jiva Tattva are fully solidified in the heart of the Jiva, then he'll become very fixed and steady in this material world. He'll become what we call stita pragyan. He won't be able to be shifted at all from his focus because he knows who he is, he knows how he got here, and he knows what is happening in the material world. And he knows the dangers of being attracted by the illusory energy. The dangers of being attracted by the illusory energy are nothing but suffering. It's the Jiva's fault.
It's a little confusing because
Give him the microphone.
one might think that, okay, I need to accept everything in the material world because it's Krishna's arrangement, but still there are things that are worth fighting for. Or
Only truth is worth fighting for. Transcendence. Nothing like being an activist, for example. Don't chop the trees down. Don't pollute the oceans. All these kind of things. They're not going to get anywhere.
but then the world just will go to hell.
The world is going to hell
Yeah,
anyway.
it will go faster.
But if the devotee engages his time in chanting, etc., then he can direct those souls towards the higher state of consciousness. Because it's only the higher state of consciousness that's going to satisfy you. If the trees are all chopped down, you can't stop all the trees being chopped down. We would love to. We would love to stop all the cows being slaughtered. We would love to. But we can't actually, we can speak against it, but we're not going to. Krishna is the one who's going to make the difference there. But the biggest difference we can make is to encourage a higher state of consciousness in people around us. That's the biggest difference we can make. That we can do. That doesn't cost anything. It's just like befriending the various conditioned souls and encouraging them to the higher state of consciousness where they don't want to chop trees down, at least the people that we can come in contact with and affect. But going on a mass rally or something like that is just like a confrontation with the demons. They love it. The demons love it because they have all the hardware. They want to put everyone in jail. They even have the jails built. They want that. The poor people, they don't have anything except, anger to complain. Well, what can they do? They can't do anything. But if all those poor people took up Hare Krishna mantra, that would change the world so significantly. If we had faith in that, because Krishna is the supreme controller. We don't know that. We don't know that he's a supreme controller. You see, we still think that we're the controllers. If I get my placard and join a big protest movement, I'm in the illusion that I'm the controller, that by my effort, there's going to make a difference. But in my personal life, if I'm very, very cautious about all my activities are directed towards pleasing Krishna, that's going to make a tremendous difference in my personal life. And from that personal example to other people, they will be inspired in the same direction. This is the greatest welfare to man, to encourage them in this direction. Actually, it's our duty to humanity. It's gone again. To encourage people in this direction. But being an activist, you can't win that way. It's almost like the path of Aroha Panta, the ascending path, thinking that you are the doer, trying to actually make a difference yourself, rather than depending on Krishna's mercy. If we pray diligently for a cessation of all the various afflictions on the world collectively, and we follow the Yuga Dharma of congregationally chanting Hare Krishna together, that is going to make the biggest difference to humanity that we can and that doesn't cost any effort. And the devotees are doing like that. And by this chanting of Hare Krishna, so much suffering actually has been pushed back. The world could be in a much more horrific place if the devotees hadn't been regularly performing these types of activities on the planet for the last 50 years. They've been regularly chanting Hare Krishna on the planet. And this has pushed back a great deal of the suffering and misery that we're not even aware of. But of course, the demons are pushing more and more and more, and the devotees should be chanting more and more and more in response. Because this is the potency, not the activist who's walking with the placard or something. That's not going to do anything. That's just going to make you angry. Understand? It's a journey. Therefore, he must be purified by being beaten on the hammers of misery. Oh, I've read all that. Suffering is. Oh, I read all that too. I read that. Yes, halfway down. Krishna's Leela is extremely wonderful and of many varieties. This is also one of them. This material world is also one of them. If Bhagavan is independent and almighty and performs all kinds of pastimes, why should this be the only pastime that he neglects? No pastime can be rejected if there is to be full variety. Besides, the participants in other types of pastimes also must accept some sort of suffering. Some sort of suffering must be there. Bhaktivinoda Thakur will explain. Sri Krishna is the enjoyer, Purush, and the active agent, Karta. That's the active agent. He's the potency. All ingredients and paraphernalia are controlled by his desire. His desire is being fulfilled by Swarup Shakti. So all his desires are manifesting because Swarup Shakti is manifesting all of his desires as the material energy, Shakti Tattva, and subject to his activities. I'll read that again. All ingredients and paraphernalia are controlled by his desire and subject to his activities. He's the master. If we realize this, we have no question. That's all. We just have to realize that God is God, not me. It's Mayavad when I think something different. It is natural to experience some suffering when one is controlled by the desire of the agent. Got that? Any sort of control is going to, on our treasured independence, is going to cause a degree of suffering. Let him finish. However, if that suffering brings pleasure in the end, it is not true suffering. That's the point. It's not true suffering. How can you call it suffering? The so-called suffering that one undergoes in order to nourish and support Krishna's pastimes is actually a source of delight. The jiva's independent desire has caused him to abandon the pleasure of serving Krishna and instead accept the suffering in Maya. This is the jiva's fault, not Krishna's. This last sentence is the one that has to be really, really taken hold of by the jiva. It's the jiva's fault, not Krishna's fault. You have nothing to be disturbed by or upset by Krishna's arrangements. They are all absolutely sublime to bring us to him. They're all, and if it's suffering, that suffering is needed. Why? Because we've been reprehensible. We've been like dacoits and rogues in the sense that we've turned away from Krishna. We've tried to exploit his energy. We deserve to be smacked. Like a teacher, how is he going to train us? If he just shows us the stick, okay, but if he actually beats us, then it's even a more effective way to bring us. So this beating on the hammers, the anvil of life, is to bring us to him. But if we're so stupid that we don't come to him, then we stay in that suffering condition, life after life after life after life. Mudha. These are like demons. They don't have the softness or sensitivity to understand the Almighty. So proud. It's the pride that stops them. In any condition, this pride is a horrendous enemy. When we get a little bit of knowledge, we get proud straight away. Trinadapi Sunichena. This is the locket that has to be worn by all devotees. More humble than a blade of grass, more tolerant than a tree. And in this condition, giving all respects to others. What is it? Amanina manadena. Giving all respects to others as they are entitled. And in this condition, one can chant Hare Krishna. This is not an easy place to begin from a conditioned state of mind. So we have to be diligent about moving towards that if we want this conclusion. And if more suffering is coming in our life, great. That's giving us the impetus to push forward. That's why we said the other day, as this Kali Yuga darkens and darkens and darkens, the light of spiritual devotion is going to increase to such a degree because Mahaprabhu's already come in this age. He's given the whole blueprint, the whole map of actually how to behave and where we're going here. And our Goswamis, they've reinforced this conclusively with their literatures and writings. We simply just have to adhere to this. What's the difficulty? And it's so nectarine when we do that. When we drink the beverage of Rupa Goswami's teachings and writings, of Sanatana Goswami, of Raghunath Das Goswami, of Jiva Goswami, of Srila Krishnadas Kabira, of Vrindavan Das Thakur today. If we read, absorb our consciousnesses in his gifts, then this material world is left behind. Then the lessons or the beatings have borne fruit because the sufferings will stop. It's very wonderful. There's nothing negative at all. It's all positive. So tomorrow we're into the question. Brajana says, what harm would there have been if the jiva had not been given independent desire? Okay, again, he's trying to wiggle out of it, If we didn't have independent desire, Krishna is omniscient, and he gives this independence to the jivas, even though he knew that they would suffer on account of it. So isn't he responsible for the jiva suffering?
Yes.
How many people say like this in their hearts, not accepting the sin that they have performed, turning away from Krishna? This vimuk. We said that beautiful equation, vimuk. As soon as you turn away from Krishna, because that's our constitutional position, is to serve Krishna, the embodiment and origin of beauty. That's our nature. That's going to give us that highest anand. We're afraid. We think I'm going to lose something by serving the Lord because it won't be serving me enough. And I have to develop that attraction to Krishna to really genuinely serve him. So this equation, as soon as we turn away, it's inbuilt. Material desires must come in the heart because the jiva is always anand bhyasat. That happiness is there. He has to find happiness. If he's not finding happiness there, he has to find the happiness in the material world.
Like you were saying yesterday, there's no middle ground.
No, nothing.
Yeah.
Because we have to be happy. That's why. That's why there's no middle ground. So we try to find happiness in the material world. And as a result of that equals suffering. That's the equation. It's so simple. Remember it and tell other people about it. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai, Jai Vedama ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. So now we've come to page 361, chapter 16, and Brajanath is asking many pertinent, simple questions, but Babaji has been purifying Brajanath by giving him the sweetest, most clear answers. And these answers are for all jivas in humanity to take this Jaivadharma. That's why this Jaivadharma can give Shuddha Bhakti. That's why this Jaivadharma is so essential. Because Bhaktivinoda Thakur is hearing from the spiritual world what to write for the jivas of this particular time. This is not written 5,000 years ago. This is only written 100 years ago or so, this Jiva Dharma. So it's written for us. It's a very localized. It's not written in such esoteric language that we can't access it. It's very clear, very simple precepts that we're confronting daily. So we answered a couple or three of Brajanath's doubts, and now halfway, 3/4 of the way down, 631, we come to Brajanath's question that we read yesterday, but I'll read it again. So Brajanath is asking now, again, he's on the back foot, so to speak. What harm would there have been if the jiva had not been given independent desire? Krishna is omniscient, and he gave this independence to the jivas, even though he knew that they would suffer on account of it. So isn't he responsible for the jiva's suffering? Beautiful question. Sublime question. We need to understand it deeply. We need to understand the question, and we need to understand the answer. So Babaji, independence is a precious jewel, in the absence of which inert objects are insignificant and worthless. We discussed, he was saying it before, the same point, that inert objects are useless, like a brick. It has no meaning. It can be manipulated by the jiva energy to create a building and so on, but by itself it has nothing. If the jiva had not received independence, he would also have become as insignificant and worthless as the material objects. The jiva has to have independence. This is Krishna's world, and he wants to perform his pastimes here. So he's giving the jiva this independence for them to have the capability of having some type of relationship with him. If they don't have this independence, they can't have a relationship with him. Like a brick or a stone can't have a relationship with Krishna, but the independent jivas can because of this independence. He would also have become as insignificant and worthless as the material objects. The jiva is an atomic spiritual entity, so he must certainly have all the qualities, all the qualities, where are we? Just a minute, I've 2 pages here. All the qualities of spiritual objects. Spiritual objects. Spiritual objects have no contamination with material time. They have no contamination with matter. We've already discussed at the beginning of this chapter these 2 types of jivas. They don't even know Maya exists. Their life is love alone. That love is described in their service. That's where the heart of those sadhaks is, in their bliss of service to the Lord. We just discussed this Amal Prem Seva. That's the dynamic of love, service. We've said this so many times. The only difference is that Bhagavan, who is the complete spiritual object, possesses all these qualities in full, whereas the jiva only has them to a very minute degree. Independence is a distinctive quality of the spiritual object. We should remember that. Independence is the distinctive quality of the spiritual object. And an object's inherent quality cannot be separated from the object itself. This is called dharma. You have a particular dharma, you have a particular propensity. Like, for example, in the mundane world, of an inert object like a broom. A broom has the ability to be used to sweep. That's, you can say it's dharma, to sweep. There are so many millions of examples like this. But we have our particular propensities, our innate dharma, our capacities, our adhikar, which have evolved through our various sanskars and sukriti over many births. These desires, what we are capable, like Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, His dharma was to fight, and he was trying to take the dharma of a mendicant. And Krishna was saying, no, this is not your dharma. It's called paradharma when we try and perform someone else's dharma. But then swadharma when you perform your own dharma. We have our own swadharma, our own nature, what we're competent and capable to do and perform. And we should take great satisfaction in that capability. And so an object's inherent quality cannot be separated from the object itself. Consequently, the jiva also has this quality of independence, but only to a very minute degree. He's saying it again and again and again, because ultimately this is our problem. Our problem is our enviousness towards Krishna. We want to be like Krishna. We want to exploit his energy for our own pleasure. We want to become the bhakta. The bhakta, that means the enjoyer.
We don't realize.
It's in the wrong direction.
Don't realize that we are atomic.
Right. But it's a process even to realize this, because the false ego has to become very much submissive and reduced. And like we said yesterday, you think that something's been taken away from you when you serve the master. We think now I'm being deprived of something, but it's not. When you're serving the Supreme Master, all potency will actually come to us, but we don't believe it sufficiently. Therefore, we get into trouble. Consequently, the jiva also has this quality of independence, but only to a very minute degree, because he is atomic. It is only because of this independence that the jiva is the supreme object in the material world and the lord of creation. Previously, he used the term sovereignty. He said the jiva has sovereignty over this inert world. We have the ability to build skyscrapers, roads, chop forests down, pollute the oceans, etc. We have that ability to do like that with our independence. That's the misuse of our independence. How shameful, how unfortunate. The jivas have no... And all of this is a result of lack of education. If education is there from the beginning, like previously, historically, traditionally, the educational system in Bharatvarsh was intact. All the young children, they would go to the Guru Kulas, the schools of the Guru. And the Guru would instruct them in Vedic wisdom and Vedic knowledge. And all those children in turn would go and open schools themselves and then instruct the next generation. And again, the next generation, and so on and so on. That's how it would perpetuate itself. Yes. And therefore, it was endlessly flowing, this pure knowledge. But then that became broken because of man's rise to become, as the qualities in man were reduced, then his distraction from the supreme path became, because his weakness was there. Once you don't have education, then you're very weak. You start to confuse in the mind. You start to think, well, I've got to support my inner moods or my desires. My Gurudev said many times, it seems like the mind and the heart of the sadhak is on one side and Krishna and the Vaishnavas are on the other. I think I'm losing my heart if I go straight to the Vaishnavas totally. I'm going to lose my independence. This is what the subject matter is about, independence. Yes, you are going to lose your independence, but you're going to gain something much greater. It's a journey of realization.
You still maintain your independence, you just make a different choice.
Actually, my Gurudev has said, the only purpose of having the independence is to give it to Guru. So that's a real confrontation. To give your independence, yes, your choice. It has to be a choice. That's the quality of your independence, to give your independence to Guru. And then have trust that Guru is going to guide you. We have to give it. Guru is the representative of that Supreme Lord here. He's the localized form of the Lord here. Sakshat Davitre Nasamasta Shastre. He's that form here. we get an opportunity to actually give our complete independence to Guru, whatever he desires for, because we are assured that he only wants our highest welfare. That's why he's non-different to Krishna. But unfortunately, we've had cheating gurus, we've had fake gurus. They've scarred our ability just to trust in Guru. This has happened in the past. But this is all Krishna's arrangement. This means you have to be more discerning. You have to be more careful. If you yourself are completely pure, Krishna will provide that pure guru for you. No doubt. But if you have some other motivation or desire, then you will be cheated. It's called the cheaters and the cheated. This is what it's called.
Has to be like one guru. Why not?
Guru is
Why
one.
not the
In
association of Vaishnavas, pure Vaishnavas?
Guru is one in the essence of his teachings. But it's just like a doctor. If you have too many doctors, they'll all be giving various medications and so on, and your body will get confused. It's much more direct to have a single guru. And then that guru will indicate those other personalities who can nourish you in the same swajatya, snigdha, ashraya. This swajatya, which means the same mood. If you have been impressed with the mood to go to Braja Prem, engage in Braja Prem, and then you meet someone who's very elevated, very eloquent, very charismatic, but they talk about Vaikuntha Dham all the time. They talk about becoming liberated. That's not going to help you. It's different from what your Gurudev originally said. So you don't need to take that. You can take something from there. You can take anything from anything. But as far as your daily absorption, you should be in the same gatya, the same line as a single guru. And as much as possible,
Be discerning all the time. Because,
if you have a pure guru, you will see pure guru all the time. He will never leave you. And you will see those other pure personalities who support the same truths. It's an exclusive path.
So when your guru leaves this physical presence, then it's our responsibility to look for.
No, not necessarily.
Like
Our
association.
responsibility is
Yeah.
to keep on following Guru,
Yes.
and Guru will be guiding us internally then.
Internally. Okay.
Previously, it was an external guidance. But when he leaves, then internally, he will be guiding very clearly. If you actually have affection and you built up some sambandha while Gurudev was on the planet, if you built up a relationship with him while he was here, then 100% for sure, he will be guiding you when he's not here. What's that? He reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die when thou art living still in sound. The Vaishnava dies to live, and then living tries to spread the holy name around. The Vaishnava is Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Don't you think he's not alive? His energies. We're reading from we're honoring his words daily. We're glorifying him daily. We're seeing his picture daily. We're offering pranams to him daily. Of course, he's connecting with us more than we can imagine. And Sri Guru is also very much so. But as much as possible, we want to associate with saintly people. So we are always hopeful for the association of saintly people. We don't have to go running around and looking for them, actually. They will come to us. I've seen people, they just start on they're going everywhere, chasing. It's not necessary. Guru will manifest, will come very simply. Guru's availability is Krishna's job, so to speak. He will provide that very easily. So we have Guru from previous Guru, and we have Guru also. Anyone who's speaking the same truths conclusively as my Gurudev, then I am sitting at their lotus feet listening to them, without a doubt.
So the Mahabhagavats and the Lord Chaitanya line, it's one teaching, one.
Completely. But there's variety there. There's certainly variety.
That's like personality is
Yes,
variety.
yes.
That's kind of like
But it's still what you're attracted to. Like everyone has their own, like Srila Bhakti Rakshak Maharaj had his own personality, a special, individual, unique personality that no one else has. Some people would have loved that, and some people wouldn't have resonated so strongly with it, depending on themselves. It's a very personal, real thing. Some people will resonate with my Gurudev. Some people won't resonate with him. My Gurudev was very bold, was very abrupt sometimes. This would actually just throw people right off. They'd run away and never come back. So some people couldn't make that connection. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada had a wider net, but still there was people that would run away from him also. So all the personalities, they have their individual characteristics. And whatever it is that we're personally attracted to, that's going to support it.
But you're right. Sridhar Maharaj,
Here.
we felt a lot.
Huh?
It seemed like he had like the highest knowledge, the highest realization, but he didn't give all of it. He withheld.
Everyone
See,
does.
you have to repeat it that proceed with caution with these higher topics. So he had that kind
So
of,
again, it's the Vaishishthya, it's a speciality of each individual. One individual will say, fools rush in where angels fear to tread,
right,
like this expression.
yes,
So he would be cautious like that. My Gurudev was not like that.
yes,
That doesn't
yeah,
make them essentially speaking a different philosophy or anything.
right,
It's just the way that the application, and it's our choice,
right.
our natures, and Krishna will arrange for our natures to be satisfied.
So depending on the attraction of the disciple, or
Yes, yes,
yes, okay,
yes. The independent jiva is a beloved servant of Krishna. I'll read that again. The independent jiva is a beloved servant of Krishna, and this Krishna is kind and compassionate towards him. Oh, sorry, and thus Krishna is kind and compassionate towards him. Seeing the misfortune of the jiva as he misuses his independence and becomes attached to Maya, he chases after him, weeping, and appears in the material world to deliver him. Sri Krishna, the ocean of compassion, his heart melting with mercy for the jiva, manifests his achintya lila in the material world. Anugrahaya bhaktana manusyam deha ashritata bhajate tat drishi kritva yashrutva tatrado para bhavet. That Krishna, he manifests in a human-like form to attract people to his sublime pastimes and himself. We need to be reminded of this. Anugrahaya bhaktanam manusyam. Manusyam means man-like form. Bhajate tat rishi kritva yashrutva tatparo bhavet. Tatparo bhavet means most certainly the jivas will be attracted by pastimes like the Ras Leela, for example. They will be attracted to pastimes like his Vrindavan pastimes. So he manifests like that for our so that we can become more attracted to him than this mayic material energy, and again find that spiritual bliss in the heart. Sri Krishna, the master of compassion, his heart melting with mercy for the jivas, manifests his achintya lila in the material world, thinking that his appearance will enable the jivas to see his nectarian pastimes. If you're aware of Krishna's nectarian pastimes in Vrindavan, that's the greatest gift. You will want to be in Vrindavan consciousness constantly. This Navadvip Dham, meditation here is meditation on the Vrindavan Leela's pastimes. Mahaprabhu's Astakali Leela, he sits down and he meditates on Nishanta Leela in Vrindavan. This is what Mahaprabhu is doing. We are servants and followers of Mahaprabhu. We are also meditating constantly on the Vrindavan pastimes. This is Gupta Vrindavan.
the same way Lord Chaitanya meditated.
Yes, he meditated also. So we also meditate on the Vrindavan pastimes. That means we must become familiar with the 10th canto, for example, Ananda Vrindavan Champu, Gopal Champu, all these different Krishna book, these different beautiful Leela descriptions of the Lord. If we're neglecting those Leelas, how can we remember Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan? You won't. You won't be given the inspiration to remember. You have to be reading these. It's refreshing.
Chaitanya Charitamrita, what?
And Chaitanya Charitamrita refers to all of these Vrindavan pastimes constantly. Within the Chaitanya Charitamrita, our beloved Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, for example, he's described the whole Brahmara Gita, where Uddhav goes back to Vrindavan. Every single verse is there. He's described all about Rupa. Krishnadas Kaviraj has described all about Rupa Goswami, his teachings, Sanatan Goswami, his teachings, Raghunath Das, his teachings. Everything is there in Chaitanya Charitamrita to bring us to Brajadam, to bring us to Brajaras, because this is what Mahaprabhu has come to give. He hasn't come to just give Shuddha Bhakti. He's come to give Brajaras, this Rasa Tattva. Krishna's pastimes, however, the jiva does not understand that the truth about Krishna's pastimes, even after being showered by so much mercy. So Krishna then descends in Sri Navadvip in the form of Guru. Yes, he doesn't descend in the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He descends in the form of Guru. You don't give Krishna, Mahaprabhu, a peacock feather. You don't give him a tulsi garland. You don't make him have the abhiman of being the Supreme Personality of God, even though he is. But that's not how we worship him. Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj would cry when he'd see them putting a peacock feather on Mahaprabhu's head. This Mahaprabhu has come in a covered incarnation for a specific purpose. He wants to taste the bhav of being a devotee. A devotee of who? A devotee of Srimati Radhika. He wants to taste her bhav. That's why he's come. He has these three desires: to understand the mahima of Sri Radhika, to understand the madhurima, adbhuta madhurima, the glorious qualities within himself that Sri Radhika perceives and becomes intoxicated in bliss by. The Sri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima Kidrishovanaiva Swadyenat Buddha Madhurima Kidrishova Matiya. Then the third line, Sokyam, means happiness. Sokyam, Kasyam, Mad Anubhavita. Mad, my. Anubhavita means astonishing anubhavs. That he wants to taste the happiness that Sri Radhika experiences from receiving the sweetness of his love. This is why Mahaprabhu's come. So if he comes as God, how can he access that? He comes in the form of Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritiya Hladini Shakti Asmad Ekatmanav. He comes Radha and Krishna combined. Completely Radha and Krishna combined. Therefore, in order to come like that, he can't come as that Supreme Lord. He is Krishna. He's always that blackish Sham Sundar Krishna. But he's covered now by the Kanti and Bhav of Sri Radhika.
Gupta.
Huh?
Hidden Gupta.
Hidden Gupta, yes. This Navadvip Dham is Gupta Vrindavan. It's hidden Vrindavan. Understand these things deeply. You'll only understand these things deeply if you think about them constantly. If these things are constantly on your mind and you're constantly seeking references scripturally in Harikatha, different people's explanations, etc. But if this is what is on your mind, then this is what is going to purify the consciousness ultimately. So we have to keep on track. He then descends in Sri Navadvip in the form of Guru. He personally describes the supreme process of chanting his name, form, qualities, and pastimes, and personally instructs and inspires the jivas to take to this path by practicing it himself. If he's God, how can he practice the path of a devotee? If he comes in the form of that Supreme Lord, then he doesn't have the bliss of experience the devotional sentiments towards Sri Radhika. he won't be able to taste that bliss. So he doesn't come like that. He comes to taste those specifically the Vipralamba Bhav. Because when he takes to the renounced order in 1510, he advents in this world in 1486. And 24 years later, after he leaves Navadvip, then for the next 24 years, for 6 years, he's traveling, and then 18 years, he's residing in Puri. Then the last 12 years in Puri are very intense meditation. And all of that meditation are in the moods of separation. They're not in union. It's not that he's seeing Krishna. He's hankering after Krishna. He wants to see. Once or twice, he has darshan of Krishna. Krishna's fragrance permeates the whole park where they are, and different occasions, maybe 2 or 3 occasions, but momentarily. But 95% of the time, it's just in a mood of complete separation that Mahaprabhu is experiencing. So Chaitanya Charitamrita opens up all these truths very simply, and the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, both of them, and personally instructs and inspires the jivas to take to this path by practicing it himself. Baba, how can you accuse Krishna of being at fault in any way when he is so merciful? His mercy is unlimited, but our misfortune is lamentable. So basically, Brajanath was criticizing Krishna. Why couldn't he have given the jiva a better situation? Why am I suffering? It's because of Krishna. But here Babaji's just explained, Krishna comes again. When we take responsibility for our predicament and realize that we've turned away from Krishna, not only once or twice, but we're still turning away from Krishna. Every time your higher consciousness drops and you become immersed in the material whirlpool, then you're turning away from Krishna. There's no need to turn away from Krishna. We have all the tools, so to speak, to stay. Particularly, we have the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. This is the most powerful tool. This vibration of the holy name. We can chant for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours a day to become influenced by that Chit Shakti, by that higher vibration. It can give us that. That's what it's capable of giving us. But no, we don't want it. We'd rather take some material ice cream or something like that. It's just how we are. We're wretched, stupid, conditioned souls. And when we realize my stupidity, my fallen nature, that's the first step into purifying it. If we don't realize how foolish and stupid we are, that means our pride is obstructing us being reflective. If we don't realize, do you understand? If I think that I'm so smart all the time, I'm so smart, then you'll just be crippled again and again and again. You'll be cheated constantly because you're not so smart. You're just using a tiny fraction of your material brain. We want the infusion of the spiritual Chit Shakti to emanate from the soul itself by performing divine service alone, singular service.
It's referring to mankind. On this
All
planet.
mankind, of course.
Well, we start off, especially now in the West, very atheistic. We start off in nescience. And there's a big difference between nescience and ignorance. In nescience, you don't know. In ignorance, you know, but you ignore it.
So he's saying that in the West, we start off in nescience. Nescience is when we don't know. And ignorance, but ignorance is also, ignorance is when we ignore it.
Yes. We do know, but we ignore it.
Yes, we know, but we ignore it. So that shows our stupidity even more.
Yeah.
The
Because
foolish,
in the beginning, you're not stupid.
the foolish
You just
spirit
don't know.
soul, the foolish spirit soul. We have to tell ourselves this 1,000 times a day, because every time we want to enter the material illusion, some pride will come. Oh yes, I can flirt with Maya. I can take something from this material energy for my own benefit, and then smack. It's a wonderful science that Krishna has manifested. We just got to use a little bit of God-given intelligence. So let's try and get the next question in. Brajanath, is Maya Shakti the cause of our misfortune then? Would the Jivas have had to suffer like this if the omnipotent and omniscient Sri Krishna had kept Maya away from them? In a sense, that's true, because we discussed those first two Jivas, and Maya is very distant from them. And it's described they don't even know there is a material energy called Maya. Remember, we just read it at the beginning of this chapter. They don't even know there is a bewildering energy called Maya or not. They don't even know that because it's far away. So they are liberated from Maya eternally. Nitya Muktas, Nitya Jivas, eternally liberated from Maya. Whereas we are Nitya Baddha, because we are close to the proximity of Maya. So his question is, wouldn't this onslaught of Maya, if it hadn't attacked the Jiva, wouldn't we be in a better position?
We wouldn't be on Earth.
That's right.
Yeah.
We would be in the spiritual world. But we are here.
Yeah.
And we think it's great because we're trying to enjoy this material world. Go here, go there. We wouldn't want to give it up for anything, right? Our various cars and our families and we love it. It's Maya. It's the illusion. Babaji, Maya is a reflected transformation of Krishna's internal potency, Swarup Shakti. Reflected. It's not direct, it's reflected. In the reflection, there's some perversion there. There's some distortion. And the distortion is that it's not actually Krishna. It's a reflection. It's called pratibimba. And it is like a fiery furnace where the jivas who are not qualified for Krishna's seva are chastised and made fit for the spiritual world. It's the purification place for the wayward jivas to suffer. Because in that suffering, eventually, we've already read, comes the wake up of discernment, of contemplation. In the extremity of our suffering, then we are pushed into, why am I suffering so much? We start to question. And when we start to question, remember yesterday, what was the result? Sadhu Sangha. We start to inquire, and then Sadhu Sangha will come. And from Sadhu Sangha association, bhakti will begin to manifest. So that suffering is an advantage for the jiva because it gives him it pushes him into a corner where he has to confront the absolute reality and make the deepest decision which way to go. Qualified for Krishna's seva are chastised and made fit for the spiritual world. Maya is Krishna's maidservant. In order to purify the jivas who have turned against Krishna, she punishes them, gives appropriate therapy, and purifies them. The infinitesimal jiva has forgotten that he is an eternal servant of Krishna, and for this offense, Maya, taking the form of a witch, Pischachi, punishes him. This material world is like a jail, and Maya is the jailer who imprisons the estranged jivas and punishes them. A king constructs a prison for the benefit of his subjects, and in the same way, Bhagavan has shown his immense mercy towards the jivas by making this prison-like material world and appointing Maya as its custodian. This is called Tattva Gyan. This is called knowledge of Jiva Tattva. We have to take it very deeply, very soberly, and with great faith that this is the Tattva. I'll read one more question. We have time for one more question. Okay, that's quite straightforward. That's no questions there. We just got to read it again. You have a question?
Before you said it was Abbas, the shadow, and then Patim.
No. There's Chaya. Chaya is a shadow, and shadow is connected to the original. Pratibimba is not connected to the original. It's a reflection.
Ooh.
A reflection isn't connected to the original. If you've got a tree by a lake, The reflection of the tree in the lake is not connected directly to the tree. There's a separation between the reflection and the tree, but the shadow is connected to the tree. So there's a big distinction. We usually reference these two terms as far as Nam Tattva is concerned. There is Chaya Namabhas and Pratibimba Namabhas. Pratibimba is when you're chanting, but your heart is actually separate from the Lord. You actually don't want to be connected with the Lord. You still want to facilitate your material propensities and enjoyments. But the Chaya Namabhas is when you're connected to the Lord and you're crying again to be having that sambandha with him. You understand the two distinctions?
Yes, I'm just wondering why here.
He says reflection.
Yeah,
So it's a
primary.
it's huh?
Because he doesn't mention Chaya.
No, he doesn't need to. He's not talking about Chaya.
Right.
You've brought up Chaya.
Yes.
He's just talking about the reflection. It's not connected to Krishna. This Mayic energy is not connected. My activities in Maya are not connected to Krishna. They're connected to me enjoying, like a Mayavad. Brajanath, in this material world, if this material world is a prison, it also requires some suitable shackles. This is really interesting. What are they? Babaji, Maya incarcerates the offensive jivas with three types of shackles: those made of goodness, sattvagun; those made of passion, rajagun; and those made of ignorance, tamagun. These fetters bind the jiva, whether his inclination is tamasic, rajasic, or even sattvic. Shackles may be made of different metals such as gold, silver, or iron, but that makes no difference to the pain of being bound by them. For example, in the heavenly planets, they're bound, we can say, with gold shackles. They live in the mode of goodness. They're dharmic completely, but they're still bound by the attraction to Maya. This is the binding, the attraction that I can get some pleasure from this dull material energy, separate from the transcendental world. And in order to achieve this belief, one must be connected more fully with that transcendental world to build that shraddha. That will happen by our visitations to the holy dhams, by our association with higher devotees, by our studying of these shastras, by our absorption in Braj Leela, for example, by hearing the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and by chanting offenselessly. As soon as we begin to chant offensively without offenses, then immediately connection can take place. And then our shraddha will become very thick and we won't have any weakness in our journey towards transcendence. This is our path. It's very simple. Jai Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Jai Vedama ki jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Gaur Premanandi. So coming to our direct subject matter of Jiva Tattva, Jiva is possessed by Maya. This is on page 363 today. And Brajanath has been asking many wonderful questions, very normal type questions. The last questions he asked, if this material world is a prison, it requires suitable shackles. What are they? Then we heard the shackles of the three gunas, Sattva gun, Rajagun, and Tamagun. These are shackles. These three, even if you're in Swagaloka, you're being shackled by gold shackles. If you're here, you're shackled by passion and ignorant shackles. And in the lower regions, it's only tamasic shackles. So we're bound by these gunas. And these gunas are manifesting because of our material desires. We've always got to appreciate it. We said every single day, it's our responsibility to purify our existence. We have the roadmap, we have the blueprint, we have the direction forward. Now it's up to me to take advantage of this. If I don't, then I can't complain to anyone that I'm suffering because I brought it upon myself. So now Brajanath is asking, halfway down 363, or 3/4 of the way down, how can the shackles of Maya bind the atomic conscious jivas? So he's understood that the jiva is atomic conscious particle. So how can any material influence have its effect on a spiritual object, a spiritual spark? That's what his question is. So Babaji, objects of this material world cannot touch spiritual objects. That means our mind cannot touch the spiritual reality until it's purified of these dull material um, thoughts, etc., thinking. Objects of this material world cannot touch spiritual objects. However, as soon as the jiva develops the conception that he is an enjoyer of Maya, Maya is very attractive. There's so much attraction in Maya for the body. The sensations of the body are unlimited. One great acharya said at one time, we have more material desires than we are ever able to fulfill in one single lifetime. There's more material desires there coming to us than we're able to conceivably fulfill. So this is all the Mayic attraction, the Mayic illusion. And I am the one who is going to determine whether I go for that or not. However, as soon as the jiva develops the conception that he is an enjoyer of Maya, his atomic spiritual form is covered by the subtle body made of the false ego. It starts from the spirit, comes into the subtle body, and then it degenerates to the gross body. 1, 2, 3. That's the direction that we're coming down. We have to have a false ego to enjoy falsely. We have to have that conception. This is how the shackles of Maya bind his legs. The jiva having a sattvika ego reside, the jivas having a sattvic ego reside in the higher planets and are called devatas. Their legs are bound by sattvic shackles made of gold. There's so much opulence in Swagaloka. Indradev, they have these elixirs, etc. They live for 309 million years, their lifespan. It's extensive, and they have incredible gardens and phenomenal material facilities to enjoy. Subtle facilities, but they don't have the focus and attention on devotion because they don't think they need it, because they're treasures of the subtle worlds. They have subtle bodies in the heavens, then they have gross bodies in this planet. That's the jivas have a sattvic ego. Higher planets are called devatas. Their leg that passion. And then in the nighttime, that's the mode of ignorance again. Tamagun, the senses are shut down. Sleeping is the mode of ignorance. Modes are prevalent in the day. The modes are prevalent in eating different types of foods. The modes are prevalent in is conditioned by the modes of nature. So we should have knowledge of this. We should be familiar with this and realize where this influence is coming from. What is it that's hitting me at the moment? Why am I suddenly madly rushing after this? What is it that I'm deficient in, that's making dry? You can only if you're practicing your sadhan bhajan to some degree. This Hare Krishna mantra will give us that breath that is needed to attain sanity, so to speak, in this, like a melt of, especially today. I think all of you who are watching, you all have these mobile phones. Everybody does. I have. Energy is coming down these phones, and now they have these higher speed. How much energy is coming down there to influence the jiva in all kinds of different ways? We have to just simply me to begin with. Appreciate what we're up against. Once you sight the enemy, then the enemy can't be so strong. It's like a ghost. Once you know you're ghostly haunted, then you don't have to pay attention to the ghost anymore. That if someone is ghostly haunted, they realize they are, then they just stop listening or paying attention to the ghost, and it by itself. So these influences, once we realize them, then we can minimize them. It's like a madman. He's not really mad anymore once he owns up to that. So once we own up to our shackles that it's talking us, then like it's like facing it. It's like I'm taking responsibility again for my situation. I'm not just feel like a football, but I'm taking serious responsibility. Means I want to sober my consciousness. It's a sober journey. It's not all ha ha ha, he. It just can't be like genuinely make some advancement in this birth. And we have everything there available. All the tools are there for out with these divine personalities of kindness all the way through. We just have to call out to them. And the Tamasic jivas who are mad to taste Jad Ananda, bliss derived from Almat, are bound in tamasic iron shackles. Once the jivas are bound in these shackles, they cannot leave the prison. Even though they suffer various, they remain in captivity. You can't get out. You're bound, bound. As long as we submit to it, the intelligent jiva will look for out of that, which is the path of devotion. Brajana, what sort of activities do the jivas perform while confined in Maya's prison? Interesting question, huh? What do they do when they're there? Babaji, initially the jiva performs karma to provide himself sense pleasure in accordance with his material propensities. That means his adhikar, whatever his. Then he performs karma activity to try and result from being bound by the shackles of Maya. Half the time, most of us are just concerned with dispelling the miseries, trying to fix this problem, trying to fix that problem, trying to fix this problem, pacify the consciousness, trying to pacify different relationships, the negative aspects that are prevalent in Kali. We are in Kali Yuga. We have to understand the depth of it. And then we can sit above it some way. Obviously, understand the roadmap. Rajanath, please explain the first type of karma in detail. Babaji, the covering of the gross material body has 6 stages. We consider that we're born, it says namely, but if we think about it, this is the covering is that I am considering I exist, there's growth, creating, byproduct, decline, and death. These 6 transitions, these 6 transformations are the inherent attributes of the gross body. The pious jiva, who is situated in the material body, is controlled by eating, sleeping, sensual activities, as his material sense desires dictate. In order to enjoy material comforts, he engages in a variety of activities, karma, that are born of his material. Each of us has to reflect on these sentences. They're all, he has to consider his karma, etc., are born from desires, and we each have a different set of material desires. During the course of his lifetime, he performs 10 purificatory ceremonies, punya sanskars, and 18 other sacrificial rites prescribed in the Vedas. This is general. They will perform these activities, these sanskars. His intention is to accumulate pious these karmas so that he can enjoy material pleasures by taking birth in a Brahminical or other high-class family in this, thereafter have godly pleasure in the higher planets. Most of the people, this is what we've said in our Falshruti, they're focusing towards this dharma, artha, karma, and moksha. But this dharma, artha, karma is actually focused on um, accruing pious credits so that in my next birth I'll be in Swagaloka or some higher birth. That's a karmic thing, right? It's not a spiritual focus. That's called karma. It's a karmic desire, right? So we incur this karmic, um, um, what do you call it, result, and that puts us in the karmic cycle. You understand? That are born of material during the course of his lifetime. Yeah, I've just read that. Thereafter have godly pleasures in the higher planets. Thus he undertakes the path of karma. This is the path of karma. He wants something in this world. It's called sakam karma, just like Dhruva Maharaj wanted something in this world. And he went, even though he went to the forest and was meditating and everything, still his burning desire was to achieve a kingdom greater than his great grandfather. That's what he wanted to achieve. That was propelling him, that was pushing him. But of course, when he had darshan of Krishna, but that was by Narad Muni's mercy, because he had met the pure devotee, Narad Muni. Therefore, he got a very high result. But if one doesn't have the fortune of meeting a Mahabhagavan, then his position is very unstable, unsure. In contrast, impious, conditioned jivas take shelter of adharma and enjoy sense gratification sacrilegiously by performing various types of sinful activities. Jivas in the first category attain the higher planets and enjoy celestial pleasures as a result of their pious activities. It's still karma. We're talking about the cycle of karma. He's asked, what is the karma in the prison? This is the karma, going up or going down. Brahman, Brahmate, Konya, Bhagavan, Jiva, Guru Krishna Prasad Poi, Bhakti Lata Bij. This is how Mahaprabhu, he answers Rupa Goswami. When Rupa Goswami, the first question he asks, what am I doing here? What is my purpose? Mahaprabhu answers like this. We're just oscillating, we're just going up between the planets. We're on this cycle of karma. So once we hear about it, this is called knowledge. Once this vidya starts to manifest, then the avidya will dissipate. The advidya will go away. This is the path. We have to hear, we have to be enlightened, we have to have knowledge. If we're in ignorance of these things, then how can we become purified of these things? How can we go forward? When this period of enjoyment ends, as it must, they take birth in the material world again as human beings or in other life forms. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is very specific when you read the fifth canto and you see the variety of life forms on other planets, etc., within this Brahmand. So we can take birth in any of those life forms within the island of Jambudvip, or other Varshas also are there. So it's not just this human birth. Life forms. Jivas in the second category go to hell because of their sinful activities, and after suffering a variety of miseries there, take birth on earth again. Thus the jiva, bound in maya and entangled in the cycle of karma, wanders hither and thither, seeking to enjoy sense gratification. Intermittently, he also enjoys some temporary pleasure as a result of pious activities, punya karma, and suffers miseries because of his pap, sins. So we've said before, those jivas in the Swagaloka, they're called Boga yoni, the species of pleasure. They do enjoy sensual, subtle pleasures for a long, long time. That's a result of their good karma, their punya karma. And in the lower regions, they are tormented with the greatest miseries and afflictions and so on. That's papa yoni. But in this planetary, in the earthly plane, we perform karma. We are karma yoni species, the species who incur karma. Brajanath, please describe the second type of karma as well. Okay. Babaji, the jiva situated in the gross body undergoes immense suffering due to the deficiencies of the gross body, and he performs various types of karma in an attempt to minimize these miseries. He collects various foods and drinks to assuage his hunger and thirst, and he toils arduously to earn money so that he can buy food easily. He collects warm clothes to protect himself from the cold, marries to satisfy his desire for sensual pleasures, and works hard to maintain his family and children and fulfill their needs. This is basically what most of the populace are engaged in, simply just trying to um, hold on to some sort of sustainable existence. They're not actually progressing in the spiritual direction. This is tragic. And this is what Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada gave his life to try to relieve that miserable suffering of most of the conditioned jivas, to push them forward by such acts as book distribution, as Harinam Sankirtan, as building farming communities where people could come and gradually follow this path of Varnashram and ultimately bring themselves to, through different generations or onward generations, to a higher state. So this is what the devotees engage their existence in, their time in, trying to relieve the suffering of humanity somehow. Protect himself from cold, fulfill any. He takes medicines to cure diseases of the gross body, fights with others, and goes to courts of law to protect his material assets. His whole life is just engaged in these things. He indulges in various sinful activities such as fighting, enviousness, stealing, and other misdemeanors. Because he is controlled by the six foes, namely Kam, lust, Krodha, anger, Mad, intoxication, Moha, illusion, Matsarya, envy, and Bhaya, fear. All these activities are to alleviate his sufferings. Thus, the entire life of the bewildered jiva is wasted in trying to fulfill his desires and avoid suffering. And what's the result? He just seems to suffer more. You see, the man in the material world, he's going for it. Sometimes they have 2 or 3 jobs even, but yet they're suffering like crazy. And then there's someone just living in a house just quietly, not really working very hard, but making sufficient to survive. But he's chanting Hare Krishna or he's studying the Shastra. He's practically, by comparison, not doing anything energetically the way that the materialist is, and yet he has a peaceful lifestyle. What a contrast. Brajanath. Now again, he makes the objection. Wouldn't Maya's purpose have been served if she had covered the jiva, if she had only covered the jiva with the subtle body? So again, Brajanath is looking for a way to suggest that it's not really his fault. If just the subtle body had been covered and the gross body, wouldn't Maya's purpose have been served if she had only covered the jiva with the subtle body? Yeah, if we don't, like in Swagaloka, they just have a subtle body, so they have much more um, propensity to enjoy. But here we have the gross body, so all those things that he's just listed in the previous paragraph are all in relationship to the gross body. Babaji, the gross body is also necessary because the subtle body cannot perform work. Desires develop in the subtle body because of the activities of the jiva, because of the activities that the jiva performs in his gross body, and the jivas receive another gross body that is suitable to fulfill their desires. You see the scientific links with it all. The desires begin from the subtle body and then they're enacted in the gross body. And then they come back in the form of karma.
See, desires develop in the subtle body because of the activities in the gross body.
Yes, because we're not in touch sufficiently with the mind, intelligence, and ego. We're not using our intelligence and false ego. Oh, we're not using our false ego, but we're not using our intelligence sufficiently. The foolish spirit soul is described. That's how Bhagavatam describes it. Brajanath, what is the connection between karma and its fruits? According to the Mimamsa school of thought, Ishvara cannot award the fruits of karma because he is only an imaginary object. The followers of this school say that performing karma produces a tattva called apurva, and this apurva gives the fruits of all the karmas. Is this true? So this Mimamsa philosophy is actually not substantiated in Shastra. Bhaktivinoda Thakur will explain very clearly here. The followers of the Mimamsa school do not know the actual meaning of the Vedas. They have a very basic understanding that the Vedas generally prescribe various types of sacrifice, and they have concocted a philosophy based on this. But their doctrine is not found anywhere in the Vedas. On the contrary, the Vedas state very clearly that Ishvara awards all fruits of karma. It's not that the karmas will naturally just manifest by themselves. It has to be sanctioned by the Lord before these karmas bear fruit. For example, Svetasvartha Upanishad 4.6, Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.1, and the Rig Veda 1.6.4.21 state, Dva Suparna Sayujya Sakyaya Samanam Vriksham Parisash Vajayat Svajate Tayo Anyo Pipalam Swadve Atya Anashnan Anyo Bichchik Ashit. Kshirodakshai Vishnu and the Jiva are residing in this temporary body like two friendly birds in a pipala tree. Of these two birds, one, the Jiva, tastes the fruits of the tree according to his karma, while the other, Paramatma, does not taste the fruits, but simply observes as a witness. Paramatma is Antaryami. Paramatma will never interfere with the Jiva's independence. He can't. He's not given that potency. He will just bear witness like that. The purport of this shloka is that this samsara material world or material body is like a pipala tree in which two birds are perched. One of these is the conditioned jiva, and the other is his friend Ishvara, Paramatma. The first bird tastes the fruits of the tree, while the other bird simply watches him. This means that the jiva who is bound by Maya performs karma and enjoys the fruits that Ishvara, the Lord of Maya, awards according to the jiva's karma, not just automatically like the Mimamsa. The Mimamsa believe that automatically, if you do something, automatically the result is going to come. It's ignoring the personality of Godhead, Ishvara. This pastime of Sri Bhagavan continues until the jiva turns towards him. Now, where is the apurva of the followers of Mimamsa philosophy here? Think about this yourself. Godless doctrines can never be complete and perfect in all respects. Yes, it might appear that there's many logical, salient points in some presentations, but if they're not in line with Shastra completely, then something is going to be missing. Rajanath, why have you said that karma is beginningless? Beautiful question. Babaji, the root of all karma is the desire to perform karma. And the root cause of this desire is avidya, ignorance. Avidya is forgetfulness of the truth. I am an eternal servant of Krishna, and it does not have its origin in mundane time. We make that decision we've discussed before. in the Tatashta region, which is beyond Mahavishnu. It's prior to coming into the body of Mahavishnu. We can say it's in the Brahman, or we can say explicitly it's in the Chit Shakti, where the jiva first manifests. And that state is an eternal state. That's the eternal condition. That's where the jiva was manifest. We are eternal, and we've come, our origin is eternal. So in that eternal place, that karma is not existing, but it's from that place that these material desires develop. And that's when we come into the body of Mahavishnu, from that place. I'm going to say this again. The root of all karma is the desire to perform karma. And the root cause of this desire is avidya, ignorance. Avidya is forgetfulness of the truth. I am an eternal servant of Krishna. This is what is described, that in that Tatashta region, the jivas who forget their service to the Lord, then they are the ones who get attracted to Maya. But those jivas who remember their service to the Lord will go back into the spiritual world. And it does not have I am an eternal servant of Krishna, and it does not have its origin in mundane time. Rather, it originates in the Tatastha junction of the spiritual and material worlds. That is why karma does not have its beginning in mundane time and is therefore called beginningless, because it's beyond mundane time. We choose to come into this material world. That's the ignition for karma. As soon as we decide we want to enjoy matter, we haven't actually reached the material world yet, but we've decided, we've made that decision beyond matter, beyond material time. Therefore, it's considered beginningless. Very simple. Brajanath, what is the difference between Maya and avidya? Now, if you're taking notes, like I've suggested in the back of your books, you put down a few special pages. This is a very pertinent question. What is the difference between Maya and avidya? It's a beautiful question. Babaji, Maya is a Shakti of Krishna. Sri Krishna has created the material universe through her and has instigated her to purify the jivas who are averse to him. She's a Shakti. Maya has two aspects, avidya and pradhan. Avidya is related to the jivas, whereas pradhan is related to inert matter. That pradhan is what is prior to the prakriti. That pradhan is there before the seed is injected, before the seed is carried by Shambhu into this womb of the material energy, Durgama. So that pradhan is when the material elements are not cohesive. A very simple parallel is like the embryo of a mother. It's just a mess until the seed is actually impregnated, and then it all becomes cohesive. That cohesiveness is then called prakriti. But prior to that stage, in its messy stage, you can say, is the pradhan. It's not cohesive. It's just a conglomeration of energy, etc., but it's not fixed. So that is the pradhan. And that is one of the aspects of Maya. Maya has two aspects, avidya and pradhan. Avidya is related to the jivas, whereas pradhan is related to inert matter. So yes, from this pradhan will eventuate prakriti, which we call material nature. That material nature will have its potency, etc., but it's one of the aspects of Maya. The entire inert, mundane world has originated from pradhan, whereas the jiva's desire to perform material activity originates in avidya. See these two distinctions? Inert matter originates from pradhan. That's one aspect of Maya. And the jiva's desire to engage in material activities is absolute ignorance. Lord Brahma, we've described, gives him that ignorance. His intelligence is covered by Lord Brahma because he's so anxious to actually enjoy matter. And he can't enjoy matter in his spiritual condition. He has to forget his spiritual condition. He has to go into avidya so he can enjoy matter, because it's a completely ignorant state of mind. It's a science. Whereas the jiva's desire to perform material activity originates in avidya, ignorance. There are also two other divisions of Maya, namely vidya, knowledge, and avidya, forgetfulness, both of which are related to the jiva. Avidya binds the jiva, whereas vidya liberates him. The faculty of avidya keeps working as long as the aparadi jiva continues to forget Krishna, but when he becomes favorable to Krishna, this is replaced by the faculty of vidya. This is our process to purify the avidya by drinking the beverage of vidya, constantly hearing these truths. Topics basically again and again and again, the same root topics are all the way through. But we have to hear it repeatedly because the mind is so fickle and Maya Devi is so strong. The attraction is so strong that comes out like that. The faculty of avidya keeps working as long as the aparadi jiva continues to forget Krishna. But when he becomes favorable to Krishna, this is replaced by the faculty of vidya. Brahmagyan and so on are only particular activities of the tendency for knowledge, vidya vritti, this Brahmagyan, this knowledge of Brahman is a tendency. When discrimination first develops, the jiva tries to engage in auspicious activities, and when discrimination has matured, spiritual knowledge manifests. Avidya covers the jiva, and vidya removes that covering. So see it clearly, how it goes. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is so sublime, actually, in his explanations. We can read one sentence again and again. We're reading these now, all collected together under Jiva Tattva, but in any circumstance, we have to appreciate, is a vidya covering me in my misconception of what is the goal now? Simply, we have to be familiar with Shastra. Shastra is our support. The sages have scribed, they've written the Shastra for our benefit to navigate through this material world. If we don't take shelter of Shastra, and what better Shastra than this Jaivadharma, because Bhaktivinoda Thakur is going really into the nuts and bolts of it. Many times if you look at the Svetashvata Upanishad or the different Upanishad, it's just like in sutra forms. It's directing like that. It's not actually opening up, not unpacking it. But Bhaktivinoda Thakur is taking all this time and trouble to unpack every single step of the way. Every single step of the journey is being appreciated and opened. So the next question, we're going to stop now because we've reached our time, but I'm going to read the next question anyway. So Brajana, what is the function of the pradhan? So remember what I said the pradhan was? The pradhan was that unconglomerate, or it's called, I think, homogeneous gases and so on that are not cohesive until the jiva manifests within them. Because when the jiva manifests from Shambhu, when he's carrying the jiva, he's also carrying time. So with the time agitates the material modes, that quality of time, because previously the pradhan is not influenced by time. Therefore, it's just like a mess, like I said. But when time and the jiva enter, then it becomes prakriti. So now Brajana's question is, what is the function of pradhan? Why is the function? What is this there? And now Bhaktivinoda Thakur is going to give a very, very detailed, it's almost like Sankhya philosophy, that he's going to give a very detailed explanation of the elements and the nature of the material mind in connection with them. It almost like reads like Kapila Dev speaking to Devahuti, his mother. But it's very, very healthy for the consciousness for the mind to hear these truths. It makes us work. It makes us really test the parameters. Okay. Dandavat pranams, Jai Vedama ki Jai, Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai, Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. Okay, so now we come into page 368 at the top, chapter 16, and we've gone through many different questions by Brajnath, and now he's got a beautiful question. What is the function of the pradhan? Remember yesterday we were talking about the pradhan. The pradhan is that unconglomerate mass, so to speak, before it's impregnated. And I gave the example of the mother's womb before the seed from the father has entered. All the ingredients are there to produce a child, but until the seed comes in, then it's not a cohesive um, substance, so to speak. It's just like many different varieties of ingredients are there, but they're not cohesively together. But when the seed comes in, then everything forms around the seed and it becomes like a living entity. Similarly, when the seed is manifesting originally from Mahavishnu's glance towards Maya Devi, that's the original seed, that's where it manifested. Then Rama Devi, who is Mahavishnu's consort, she infuses that seed, and that seed is carried by Shambhu into the womb, his wife, Durga Ma, and impregnates the material worlds, all manifest from this one seed. And in this seed, remember, there are two ingredients, the jiva and time, the time factor. This is what we're going to discuss today. So in the pradhan, there isn't that. That's not there. So this is what we're going to discuss first, the nature of, or what is the function of pradhan? This is his question. What is the function of pradhan? So when Ishvara's endeavor, represented by time, his endeavor, because he's responsible for the injection of time into this material world. In Mahavishnu's realm, there is no time. It's the spiritual realm beyond past, present, and future. It's the eternal realm, timeless. So he injects that quality of time within to the pradhan, and it stimulates Maya Prakriti. It stimulates this Prakriti. So we have to get the picture from the beginning, otherwise it'll get confusing through. So this seed is come by Shambhu, injecting into the pradhan, and then from the pradhan it goes straight into the Maya Shakti, and then it becomes the Prakriti. So it's termed Maya Prakriti, this working energy, the nature. It first creates the unmanifest aggregate material elements, Mahatattva. So the unmanifest aggregate are there in embryo, so to speak, of the Mahatattva. And we're going to discuss this closely. Matter, it's called Dravya, is created by the stimulation of the faculty of Maya called Pradhan. So this state of Pradhan is the state previous to Maya, so to speak. The faculty of Maya called Pradhan. That Pradhan is like a Maya has itself, but the full-blown Maya Shakti develops from when it's called the Prakriti, when it becomes the Prakriti. False ego, Ahankar, is born from a transformation of Mahatattva and space. It's created from a tamasic transformation of the false ego. So the ego is jiva has been impregnated. It's called the Udara Shakti, joy matter. So it hasn't got a different identity to its pure spirit soul. But then this false ego is placed over the jiva at this point, and then and without the joy matter, that's his principal desire, is to enjoy matter. He's seen the wonderful workings of Maya Devi from the Tatashta region. This is how that he's seen the wonderful workings of Maya and has become attracted to that. What? To be like God and to be the Lord of this material energy. So the Lord has to have a body. So this is the false ego, not the real ego. The real ego is his pure spiritual form. So he gets the false ego. It's describing here. False ego, ahankar, is born from the transformation of Mahatattva and space. Akash is created from a tamasic transformation of the false ego. So space for the jiva to exploit the material energy. This is all powered by the desire of the false ego. And then it becomes more explicit when it goes from this Mahatattva into the various worlds. But this is the very initial conception that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is walking us through here. So if we don't understand, good.
No, it's all in the third canto.
Yes, it's actually described in many cantos. It goes right through it. The senses and the sense objects and the earth, water, fire, air, and ether. We've heard many, many times going through. Where Bhaktivinoda Thakur is mapping it out beautifully. But it's not that we appreciate it to some degree with our intellect, but the way it together and the way it interacts with each other is practically achintya. Air is a transformation of space from a So I think Rasamandri Dirishi will be making a diagram, a map of all these elements, and will make it easier to comprehend. Water is then created by the transformation of fire, and earth is created by the transformation of water. This is how the material elements are created. Boot. So these are the five elements. This is the initial manifestation. He's asking about Pradhan. That's his. So we're going right back to the beginning. We're going back to the Pradhan, which is prior to creation, so to speak. Now here, how the five sense objects, the Panch Tanmatras, are created. Kala, time, stimulates the faculty of Prakriti called avidya and creates the tendencies within the Mahatattva for karma and gyan. So this is instigated by time, and is by this ignorance is creating the tendency for karma and gyan to be manifest. When the propensity of Mahatattva is transformed, it creates knowledge, gyan, is kriya. From sattva and gyan and rajagun are activities. Mahatva is become ahankar, intelligence, buddhi, from a transformation of ahankar. Sound, the property of space, akash, is created from the transformation. These are all fascinating topics when you just can appreciate the simplicity and directness of it. This is why these scriptures are so and authoritative, because they're giving us the total without any hills, so to speak. This is actually how it's happening. Is created from the transformation of buddhi. The property of touch, sparsha, is created from the transformation of sound, and it includes both touch, quality of air, it includes both touch, quality of air, and sound, quality of space. The property of touch, sparsha, is created from the transformation of sound, and it includes both touch, quality of air, sound, quality of space. As the elements come down, they gather themselves together where they're representing all the different um, um, manifestations of these elements. This is how they come down. Um, Pran, life, air, oja, energy, and strength are created from this quality of touch. From the transformation of touch, the property of form and color in illuminating objects is generated. Fire has three qualities, namely form, touch, and sound. Yes, as the elements come down, they become more inclusive of the different results of those elements, like in, and then it comes down to the next one, and then there's three, four, and in earth, it's all the elements are represented. When this quality is transformed by it is transformed into the four qualities: taste, rasa, form, touch, and sound in water. When they are further transformed, the results the result is five qualities in earth, which are smell, ganda, taste, form, touch, and sound. Yes, as they come down into the earth, and all these qualities are there present. This takes focused attention, perhaps once in our life, to fully get it. And once you've got it, all the activities of transformation take the appropriate aid of the Purush in his form, Chaitanya. So consciousness is what is Pradhan. So now our question was about the Pradhan, explanation of Pradhan. There are three kinds of Vyakamos. The material elements are born from Sattvic Ahankar, and the 10 senses are born from Rajasic Ahankar. There are two types of senses: those for acquiring knowledge, Gyanindriya, and the working senses, Karmendriya. The eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin are the five senses for acquiring knowledge. So these eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin, they can all acquire knowledge from the objects of the senses. The speech, hands, feet, anus, genital are the five working senses. These are the senses to acquire, to work, to engage in activities. Even if the five gross elements, Panch Mahabhuta, combine with the subtle elements, Shukshma Bhuta, so this comes back to the original Pradhan. The conscious living entity has to enter into them, then it becomes the Prakriti. As soon as the Anuchit Jiva, who is a localized particle with of Bhagavan's glance, enters into the body made of Mahabhuta and Shukshma Bhuta, all the activities are set in motion. The sattvic and rajasic gunas become fit to function when they combine with tamasic objects that are a transformation of pradhan. So they've all become activated um, by the transformation of pradhan. One should deliberate on the functions of avidya and pradhan in this way. So this is the pradhan that we've been talking about. And the pradhan is going to manifest as the prakriti, which is material nature working. So all these senses and the sequence are quite fascinating to appreciate and to understand in order how they actually manifest like this. Now, this last paragraph capsulates the other two paragraphs. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is so kind. He's just going to give us a straightforward picture. This last paragraph sums up what we've just done. There are 24 elements of Maya and 5 gross elements, Mahabhutas, namely earth, water, fire, air, 5 senses for acquiring knowledge, and the 5 working senses. He's just reiterating what he said previously. Mind, intelligence, chitta, and ahankar. These are who enters into the body 24 elements is the 25th element, direct and analytical and straightforward actually when we break it out. So this is how it's broken down for the sadhak to appreciate how he's come into this predicament of this body of these elements where we are now.
Maharaj, can you explain what is Chitta?
Chitta is of consciousness, is the like lust of consciousness. Chitta comes the, we say cheto darpa, thoughts that are coming. It's the beginning of the it's the link between the thoughts and the spirit soul. It's that vital point of connection with the soul. It's the chitta. The chitta is the what we say it's like the heart, but it's the most subtle form of the heart. It's the heart's thought. It's all of our thoughts that we're thinking emanates from the chitta. We say cheto dapana marjana, means the chitta has to be cleansed. Our vision of this world has to be our impression, our experience. Cheto dapana marjanam bhava mahata vagni nivarpanam.
It's not the mind.
It's beyond the mind.
Yeah.
It's more subtle than the mind. You can say it's like the mind just for comprehension, but it's actually a more subtle aspect than the mind.
So what's the term cleansing the heart? So referring to the soul.
Cleansing the heart so that the soul can reflect through the heart and not matter reflecting in the heart. The heart has desires for material enjoyment, but when the soul becomes cleansed through the process of the chitta, through the thought process, through the mind is the link with the soul. So the mind has to be cleansed. And then when the mind is cleansed and the chitta automatically, then it makes the connection with the soul. You understand the sequence?
So it's a connection between the heart and the mind, or steady connection.
Yes, you can say like that. You can say like that. This chitta is the very subtle space between the heart and the mind. Yes, a form like that.
Because it's been described how different transformations produce ahankar, they produce mind, intelligence,
Hmm.
but it's not described how the Chitta is
Chitta
achieved.
ultimately is coming
That's
from
why
the
I'm
Chit
asking.
Shakti. You see, from the
Uh-huh.
Chit Shakti is that most pure place. That's actually where we've manifested. So that particle is within us. So that is that pure particle that we are connecting back to. This is all about the gross body, the deformed.
So this is the Chitta is contaminated consciousness.
The chitta becomes contaminated by our association with Maya, and the chitta has to be reformed. Cheto, darpana, marjana. Marjana means the mirror, because everything becomes upside down when we're looking at Maya, because the upside down, when you look in a mirror, everything is back to front. So it's Mahaprabhu says very specifically, Cheto, Darpanam, Marjanam, cleaning the mirror of the heart, because the mirror is looking out and everything becomes inverted with me at the center rather than Krishna at the center. So that has to be cleansed. That vision has to be cleansed to see Krishna as the center. That's
Cleanse,
most beautiful.
cleanse through the eyes of Sastra.
Yes, when we see through the eyes of the soul, when the soul becomes back into its constitutional place, Jivara Sarup Hoy Krishna Aranitas, when he realizes that he is a servant of Krishna. As we've said many times, the whole, just to encapsulate the entire philosophy, is that Jiva is very small and Krishna is very big. When we realize this and can pray to the Lord sincerely, genuinely, we can actually, that faith has been kindled. And that faith has to work through all different processes of our minds, all the various objections that our minds will throw up regularly. All of them have to be purified so that we conclusively, we get the confidence. Shraddha, Shabde, Vishvasa. Vishvasa means confidence. The confidence of this faith that, yes, I am a servant of Krishna. That's it. That means all the other considerations that will flood into them. That means the chitta, the purest part of my consciousness, has connected with that chit aspect of my nature. This is our process. And we've been describing the obstacles that that pure soul comes through in these material elements, etc. The buildup of these material elements, from sound, etc., and from earth, water, fire, and air, ether. All these different elements are building to cover the soul, and the false ego is even before that, then all of this is going to be impressed by ultimately Lord Brahma when he covers the jiva in the 12th chapter of the 3rd canto. These 5 nescient engagements we talked before, he covers the jiva with this, he covers the pure part of the jiva. So the jiva is attracted to them because the jiva only wants to enjoy Maya. It's out of mercy that Krishna gives us this opportunity. It's like a little kid crying for a knife. You know, the kid is crying, give me a knife, give me a knife. And he's stabbing his foot, throwing a whole tantrum. Finally, the indulgent father gives him a knife. Now he can either use the knife beneficially or not. You know, he gets the choice. How is he going to use that freedom, that independence? That's our life. This is how we are, you know, situated. Let's read on. So I'm just going to read this last paragraph again because it says everything that we've just said previously, but it encapsulates it. This is the last paragraph of page 369. There are 24 elements of Maya, the 5 gross elements, Mahabhutas, namely earth, water, fire, air, ether, and space. Fire, air, and space. These are 5. And 5 sense objects, namely smell, taste, form, touch, and sound. Right? That's very straightforward. The 5 senses for acquiring knowledge. We've already discussed those: eye, ear, was it tongue, skin, etc. They're acquiring knowledge. And then the 5 working senses to have activities. That's the legs, hands, what is it? Anus, genital. Yes, these are the 5 working senses. And then beyond there are the subtle: mind, intelligence, chitta, and ahankar. Ahankar is the final veil of the false ego covering. These are the 24 elements. Look up in the glossary at the back, under glossary of terms. Look up, see if chitta is there. See how it describes it. Glossary of terms, chitta. It should be there. Tell me what page it's on. Huh?
850.
850.
The heart, thoughts, mind.
Wait a minute, hang on a sec. Here.
Oh. Chitta means the heart, thoughts, mind, and consciousness.
Yes. It's like it's the culmination of everything. 850. Where is it? 850.
It's very close to the soul.
Of course, it's the next one to the soul. So chit is consciousness, pure thought, and chitta, the heart, thoughts, mind, and consciousness. This is what I said at the beginning. It's like the fountainhead of all our consciousnesses. It's as our consciousnesses become more purified, the chitta becomes cleansed, and then the chitta can make its connection with that atomic chit shakti, that highest shakti. That's the sequence. Clear? To some degree. To some degree, we're clear until we realize the purity, and then it becomes completely clear. It's all in process. We might intellectually grasp something now, but tomorrow, when we're thinking about it more, when we're chanting, etc., it'll become clearer and clearer and clearer. And whatever we need to know to perform or perfect our devotion, Krishna will give that intelligence to us. But this is like the skeleton, so to speak, the map of our situation, our predicament.
But this realization is beyond the intelligence. This realization.
Yes, because it goes across the Viraja River. That's why we can't understand it, so to speak. But we're just looking at it, this achintya bhav, this mood of hearing about it, appreciating it, and meditating on it, and gradually, like when you say your Gayatri mantras, you come internally to say those mantras, and they're very subtle mantras, and they can have tremendous effect on the subtle consciousness, the mind, intelligence, and false ego, etc. So these are very subtle truths to be appreciated. But this is our predicament. These are the 24 elements of material nature, because he asked about pradhan. That was the question. These are the 24 elements of material nature. So they're sitting there in the pradhan, these 24 elements. And then when the jiva comes in, propelled by Shambhu, brings the jiva in with the time factor, then it all becomes agitated. Then the prakriti, the material nature, begins to manifest. But this is the, what do you call the what is it called? The prototype before it actually happens. What's that called? The I'll think of it in a minute. These are the 24 elements of material nature. The atomic conscious jiva, who enters into the body made of 24 elements, is the 25th element, and Paramatma Ishwar is the 26th. So there we have the 24 elements, just in a nutshell, in that last paragraph. And we'll post a picture of it, more or less, for those.
So the Paramatma is within
The what?
the Paramatma.
Paramatma,
It's the 26th.
26th.
It's within the Maya then.
No,
So
no, no,
it's-
no. This
Start
is,
the paragraph. There are 24 elements of Maya.
yes, 24 elements of Maya,
Okay.
these gross coverings. And then the jiva comes in and transforms it all. And then the Paramatma accompanies the jiva. Good question. Yes, it's important. Get it straight. So Brajanath, top of page 370. Please tell me how much of the human body, whose size is 3.5 cubits, 7 spans. A span is the width from the thumb to the small finger. That's a span of the body. So each body is 7 spans according to the size of your hand. If you take your hand, and you will come to 7 spans according to the size of your hand.
Isn't it from the to the elbow?
No. From the end tip of the small finger to the tip of the
Definitely, my body is bigger than that.
to. No, but when you come,
Okay.
I'll check it.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that's a span. That's what I've always thought was a span.
Maybe I will
From
do
the
that.
tip of the thumb to the tip of the small finger is a span. And if we have, say, you're 5 foot tall, and you, what is that? That's about 8 or 9 inches from the tip of my small finger to the tip of my tongue. Is approximately, if I spread it out, I would say it's probably 10 inches. So I'm like just under 6 foot. So what does that make it? Do the math quickly.
It's very
Say it's a
difficult.
foot, then it becomes like, it will be 5, but it's 7. So 7 spans. Yes, that makes sense. So your body is 7 spans. You can text me your research on it, or anyone else can. A span is from the edge of the little finger to the tip of the thumb, and it, on my hand, it looks to be about perhaps 8 or 9 inches. So if I'm just less than 6 foot tall, what's 8 or 9 inches? How many inches are in 6 feet? Come on, let's have some maths here.
Inches in 6 feet.
Yes,
70
12 times
72.
6, 72. So 9 into 72. Someone,
9 into 72.
if, or 8 into 72 then is what?
160. No.
8
272.
into 72 is about what? Forget it.
500, 576. What's that?
No, 8 into 72. Just get your phone out and put 8 into, it's about 9.
Oh, into.
So it's saying 7. So there's some discrepancy here. So it's approximately 7 spans.
7.5. Oh, 3.5.
7 spans. Yeah, 3.5 cubits. 7 spans. Is occupied by the subtle cover. And how much by the gross cover? And in which part of the body does the conscious jiva reside? Okay, he's got 3 questions here. So Babaji, the 5 gross elements, the 5 sense objects, Panch Tanmatra, and the 10 senses altogether comprise the gross body. Okay, got that? The 5 sense objects, the 5 gross elements, and the 10 senses. They comprise the gross body. The 4 elements, mind, intelligence, chitta, and ahankar, form the subtle body or lingasarira. Okay? The conscious jiva is the one who falsely relates to the body and objects related to the body as I and mine. This is a false conception by the jiva. And due to that misidentification, has forgotten his true nature. This is very scientifically presented and it's wonderful to appreciate. He is extremely subtle and beyond mundane space, time, and qualities. So subtle. In spite of being very subtle, he pervades the entire body. The entire body is pervaded by consciousness, and it's so subtle. Even though he's so subtle, he still has the potency to pervade the entire body. Because when the body dies, that subtle particle leaves. That particle of consciousness leaves the body. He is extremely subtle and beyond mundane space, time, and qualities. In spite of being very subtle, he pervades the entire body. Just as the pleasurable effect of a minute drop of Harichandan Bindu spreads all over the body when it is applied in one part, so the atomic jivas too is the knower, Ketra Gyan, of the whole body and the experiencer of its pains and pleasures. We experience all those pleasures. We can appreciate this also by an example. It's like in this heat every day, I put like a few drops of coconut oil on my head, and it cools the head and it comes right down into the body simultaneously. It has that potency to cool the body. It's coconut oil, for example. Rajanath, if the jiva performs karma and experiences pains and pleasures, where is the question of Ishwara's active involvement? Good question. Where is his involvement? Babaji, Jiva is the instrumental cause, and when he performs karma, Ishvara acts as the efficient cause and arranges for the fruits of the karma that the Jiva is eligible to enjoy. We have this expression, man proposes, God disposes. We desire something with our karmic activities, but it's up to Krishna to actually fulfill those desires. This is what Ishvara is doing. So this is Ishvara's part in the equation, because his question was, where is Ishvara's active involvement? He is providing the fruits of the karma. Understand? It's very simple. Now we get into more simple place. Ishvara, let me see, and arranges for the fruits of the karma that the jiva is eligible to enjoy. Ishvara also arranges for the future karma for which the jiva has become eligible. So all of karma, the fruits of that karma are managed or are awarded by the Lord. Actually, they're not awarded directly by the Lord. They're coming through Swarup Shakti. It's the Shakti that is doing all of this. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is talking the Lord because most of us think in relationship to the Lord, but we should understand all the time it is actually Sri Radhika who is doing all of this in service to Krishna. Krishna just enjoys his pranaya vikar, his beautiful loving pastimes in Vrindavan. And it's Radhika who, with her Shaktis, is manifesting all of this, the fruits of our karma, etc. Ishvara also arranges for the future karma for which the jiva has become eligible. In short, Ishvara awards fruits while the jiva enjoys them. That's all. That's Krishna's active role in it. We're saying Krishna because he is the origin of Shakti. But we should understand, because we've been through chapter 14 and chapter 15, and we understand that Shakti Tattva is actually supreme. Brajanath, how many types of Bada Jivas are there? Babaji, there are 5 kinds, namely those whose consciousness completely covered. Now this is very important. How many types of Bada Jiva? How many degrees of consciousness are there? There are five kinds, namely those whose consciousness is completely covered, achadita chetana, those whose consciousness is shrunken or contracted, sankuchita chetana, those whose chetana means consciousness, those whose consciousness is Ita chetana, those with developed consciousness, Vikashita chetana, and those with fully developed consciousness, Purna Vikashita chetana. So chetana means consciousness. So these four types of consciousness are described in Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj's introduction here. Like the trees are the Achadita chetana, then the animals are the contracted consciousness. Their consciousness is contracted. The animals can actually withstand the searing summer heat much better than we can because they're just like a tree's senses are dulled. You chop it down and you don't actually hear it screaming, but if you are really aware, you can hear the pain it experiences. And animals do experience, but it's on a very fish, for example, their senses are so dulled down, so they pain like we experience pain. We experience pain and happiness, etc., than an animal would. That's why sometimes when we feel sorry for the animal, it's misplaced. The animal is not always suffering the way we see it as suffering. When we apparently looks like suffering for us, animal is able to animals. It's shrunken consciousness. It's shrunken consciousness is very hellish. So its consciousness is shrunken, so it doesn't have to withstand quite so much, etc. And then the slightly budding Mukhalita Chaitanya. These are the dull, human-like people, like tribals and people whose consciousness hasn't really begun, or you can say like drunkards who are just completely tamasic in their whole life. They hasn't woken up yet. Totally, because they're conscious, so they are to understand sensitive topics. The built-in equipment to understand. And then those with developed consciousness, this is like the devotees were in line for developing our consciousnesses. And then the fully Purna Vikashita Chaitanya, these are like the highest stages of consciousness that can be achieved by the most exalted devotees on the Uttam Madhyam platform or the Uttam platform. They are the highest. Which Bhajanath, which jivas have oh wait, no, he's going to explain everything that I've just said to you. Which jivas have completely covered consciousness? These are jivas with the bodies of trees, creepers, grass, stone, and so forgotten service to Krishna, and are so engrossed in the material qualities of Maya that they have no trace of sentient nature. There is only a slight indication of their sentience through the six transformations. This is the lowest stage of the Jiva's fall, and this fact is corroborated by the epic stories of Ahalya, Yamal Arjun, and Saptatal. These are described in footnotes at the end. Only reaches this stage because of some grave offense, and one can only be delivered from it by Krishna's mercy. The trees have the consciousness, they have the consciousness to forests and minerals and vitamins, and that's the extent of their consciousness. They can't go beyond that. They have the consciousness to move away from a brick wall, we've discussed before. So they have deeply, deeply, deeply covered. Brajanath, which jivas contracted consciousness? Babaji, beasts, birds, snakes, fish, aquatics, mosquitoes, various similar creatures have shrunken or contracted consciousness. The consciousnesses of the jivas is apparent to some degree, unlike that of the jivas in the previous group, whose consciousness is covered. For example, these jivas perform activities such as eating, sleeping, free movement, and quarreling with others for things that they consider. They also show fear. They also become angry. And when they see injustice, you really demonstrate this. Oh, he's saying. However, they have no minds, for they have some idea of what will or will not happen, and they also have some quality of being grateful. Well, it's limited though. Some animals have good knowledge about various objects too, but despite all these attributes, they do not have a propensity that Maharaj Bharat still had knowledge of one, even while he was in the body of a deer. But this is unusual. It happens in special cases. Bharat and King Nriga had to take birth as animals because of their offenses, and they were delivered when their offense was nullified by Bhagavan's mercy. Also, Gajendra. Okay, I'm going to finish this today. So, Brajanath, which jivas have slightly budding consciousness? Mukulita Chaitana. Babaji, conditioned jivas with human bodies fall into three categories: those of slightly budding consciousness, those with developed consciousness, Vikashita Chaitana, and those with consciousness, Purna Vikashita Chaitana. Generally, the human race can be divided into immoral atheists, moral atheists, moral theists who have both morals and faith in Ishvara, those who are in sadhana bhakti, and those who are engaged in bhav bhakti. Can be unpacked at a different time, but we get an indication of this. What we should all do at this point, this is chapter 16. At the end of chapter 16, we should know that there's these 5 stages of consciousness are there for future reference. They would be very helpful. We often want to know where these 5 stages of consciousness are written. So it's in the end of the 16th chapter. Rajanath, how long do the Bhav Bhaktas stay bound in Maya? Babaji, I will answer that question when I explain the 7th shloka of Dasmula. It's quite late, so kindly return to your home. Rajanath returned home, all the tattvas he had learned. I'd like just to capsulate briefly this 16th chapter, then begin on our 17th chapter to just start describing the jivas that are freed from Maya. So this chapter basically describes the jivas that are bound in Maya. And the final pages of the binding that are described are coming through the pradhan with the elements of the body, how they are so restricted. You can't get out of it. It appears that we can't get out of this binding when we contemplate these elements, the way that we're bound in these material bodies. But by the power of devotion, all of that in a fraction can just be dissolved, and we can regain our constitutional position in a moment. One time, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada was asked, how long does it take for the jivas to become liberated from their material condition? And he said very powerfully, he said, immediately you can be liberated as soon as we appreciate this one singular point that we've said repeatedly, that I am tiny, 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 and Krishna is the great complete whole, the puna of everything. This is principally this is the foundational truth for us to meditate on, that I am very small. This brings the quality of humility into the jiva. This gives us the quality to chant Hare Krishna if we're in a humble state of mind. Kirtanya Sadahari is saying, this Trinada piece, Sunishena, the last line, Kirtanya, by humility, when we realize our insignificance and Krishna's all-pervasive potency. This is the beginning and the end of the jiva's binding in this Mayic Shakti. And the next chapter will explain very beautifully that the jivas
The
are...
problem is we forget. Okay, remember I'm small, then I forget. Next moment I forget.
We forget when we want to usurp Krishna's energy. As soon as we want to be the enjoyers, that's when I forget. When I want to eat something, I forget straight away. I immediately think I am the body, so I have to eat. So it's a very thick, heavy sanskar that we have that we're trying to purify. But the remarkable thing is that by the potency of Krishna's kripa, it can be circumvented in a moment. In a moment, the wake up can actually happen, and the jiva can completely dissolve his subtle and gross body in a moment. Sometimes it happens at the time of death by a pure practitioner. He may have accumulated all the sanskars to be able to do that at the point of death, but not necessarily. The point of death is simply a transition from one body to another. It's not necessarily going to give you the realization of these truths, but we will be given a great opportunity to realize these truths as the body starts to dissolve. And if you're already in knowledge of the avidya that has been oppressing the consciousness of this body throughout this birth, if we're already in tune with that, if we already understand that, if we understand these elements, for example, in the, I think it's the 15th or 16th chapter of the first canto, when Yudhisthira Maharaj starts to amalgamate the elements in his body with the atmosphere around, and he's leaving his body. He goes through this whole same process, and it's described by Dhritarashtra also when he leaves. So all the different, there's many different descriptions in the Bhagavatam of personalities leaving their bodies, going through these different stages. But the vital ingredient is this devotion to Krishna. If this devotion of Krishna has manifested in one's life, then all of this will be completely simple. Bhakti-mam abhijananti ya, that one can only come to me by devotion. So all we have to concentrate and mostly is how to engender, how to become inspired with pure devotion towards the Lord. How can I find pure devotion in my heart? This is tenable for everybody. This is within reach of all of us. We can all come to that place of, and empowered by the holy name of the Lord and this age mercy of Mahaprabhu, we can come to this point.
Only with connection
with Sadguru. Without Sadguru, nothing will transpire. Sadguru, pure Guru, must be there. There's the Sadak, the Sadhya, and Sadguru. All of these have to be there. Without the mercy of Sadguru, because Krishna is pouring all his potency on Sadguru. Sadguru has all of this understood and self-realized. So he's able to give that same jewel of self-realization. He's able to bestow it directly. That's his potency. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, jai jai. So we won't do the Falshruti today because time is limited. If we want to actually recap a little bit of this 16th chapter before we go into the 17th chapter. So Falshruti ki jai. All the glories of Jaivadharma we're saying every single day, and we'll remember them today. But we'll come straight to page 357, which is the beginning of the 16th chapter. And this is an experiment for you all. I'm going to read the translation of this Dasmula 6. Now see how much you appreciate now, after having studied the chapter, how you can appreciate every line of this Dasmula. When we first read this Dasmula verse and translation, we probably didn't understand so much of it, but it's a good opportunity to see how much clarity we now have from having studied the 16th chapter. By his original nature, the jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna. So this is the line that resonates through the whole chapter, that Krishna is the Supreme Lord and the jiva is Anuchit, an infinitesimal spark serving that Supreme Lord. And when we forget that, then all this trouble, our involvement with the Mayic energy, etc., results. And that's what this chapter is about. Those who turn away from their nature, their original nature. So the original nature of the jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna. We open out with this. His Swarup Dham is service to Krishna. If we made that decision, because what's described in this chapter is about the Tatashta Shakti, the Tatashta Svabhav. This is what's Brajanath's questions to Babaji. And this Tatastha Svabhav is the place where the junction between the two worlds of consciousness. It's not a geographical location, as we said before, and we make a decision from that junction to look towards the material energy with attraction. We become attracted to that material energy. So more jivas actually become attracted to the spiritual world, but those wayward conditioned jivas, they become attracted to this mayic illusory world. So this is the understanding that Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives us this straight off. What is the nature of this Swabhav Tatashta region? Where is it coming from? And I said before, and it's very important to appreciate, that decision we make to turn towards Maya is not a historic decision. It's happening millions of times or thousands of times in the day, every single day, because we're built of this marginal energy. This is what the chapter describes. We're built of this marginal potency, this Tatashta Shakti. We're made of it. And we make this decision to turn away from Krishna all the time. Just consider today, before you take rest tonight, how many times will you actually turn away from Krishna? So as soon as we turn away, it's also described in here very clearly. What is the equation? You remember what the equation was? That it's called vimukh. We become indifferent to Krishna. And that indifference is considered an offense, because Krishna is the origin of all beauty in existence. And we have turned away from that beautiful divine master of transcendence. We've turned away from that. That is considered an offense.
But we never really turned towards him. We never really saw him being Tatashta.
No, we did. We had an opportunity. There was an atmosphere of devotion.
Influence.
There was an influence, yes, in the atmosphere. It was, to have a choice, you have to have two. You can't have just one. So there was an influence. There was an atmosphere at that moment. And that moment of decision was, we can say in the Brahmajyoti, or we can say specifically it was from the Chit Shakti that we decided that. And then from that place, we've described how then you enter the body of Mahavishnu. Once you enter the body of Mahavishnu, then you are destined to come into this material world. You don't make any decisions in the body of Mahavishnu. You've already made your decision. And then you get into the seed, etc., is impregnated. We discussed this specifically yesterday. So there is a choice, and to have a choice, there has to be two. So there's an influence. There's perhaps Vedic hymns. There's perhaps a whole sound vibration. It's achintya to us at this point. It's not described exactly what is the nature, but it is described that we made because we have independence. This is what is brought out very much in this chapter. This jewel of independence is there in the jiva. And it's in this independence that's getting us into this problem. And Brajanath, one of his questions was, wouldn't it be better not to have this independence? And Babaji explains all these types. There's no chapter in the world that I've ever read like this 16th chapter. The depth and examination of our situation goes so deeply in this 16th chapter. This is basically what the 16th chapter is about. It's about Jiva Tattva, the Jivas who are bound in the material world. So let me finish this Das Mula. Bhagavan's bewildering energy, Maya, punishes those Jivas who are bereft of that Swarup Dharma. They've given up that natural inclination to serve the origin of all that is. They've given up that with their own independence, they've chosen. And what did I describe? This equation, this vimukh, we turn away, and the very second we turn away, if it was 1 trillion years ago or if it was just 5 minutes ago, the built-in result of that turning away is that immediately, because the Jivatma is full of bliss by nature, he's full of bliss. It's his nature to be absolutely blissful. That's our nature. So as soon as we're not getting the nature of Prem Seva, service to Krishna, we have to look for bliss and pleasure in the material world. It's our nature. We're hungry for pleasure. We do all these activities that create karma, etc., simply to seek pleasure in the Mayic world. This clocks up this karmic weight that we have to carry and purge ourselves of. So this decision making automatically comes in the heart when we turn away, this vimuk. And then it's described that the material desires naturally spring in the heart of the jiva as a consequence of turning away. And then what is the result of that? What does that equal if you're looking like an equation? Like vimuk, material desires equals suffering. So whose fault is it? This is brought out very strongly. Rajanath asks all these questions, and I've commented all the way through. He's questioning it as if he's the victim, as if poor me. This shouldn't have happened to wonderful me, that I should be suffering in such a way. I am a pure, blissful, spiritual soul by nature. Why am I put into such a torturous, suffering condition? And when I accept that responsibility, at that time I can begin to relieve myself of my suffering condition. But until I accept responsibility fully, across the board, completely, I can't escape it. It's like I've got the keys in my hand, and until I realize I've got the keys to unlock this prison house door, then I can never get out. And those keys are in the form of pure devotional service. This is the thread, this is the current of connection. This is how we will reach the Lord out of this suffering condition. Bhaktyamam abhijananti yavan yaschasmi tatvataha. That we cannot come to Krishna without this devotional service. That is our nature. It's our nature. It's saying in the very first line here, by his original nature, the jiva is an eternal servant of Krishna. We've forgotten that nature. We've rebelled against that nature. We don't want to be anyone's eternal servant because of my independence. And that's what's caused this Mayic entanglement. And that's what's perpetuating the Mayic entanglement. It's all basic ABC. But the actual application, that's a whole nother that's a whole nother consideration, depending on our adhikar, our sanskar, sukritis, etc. That will depend how we actually regenerate this consciousness of being an eternal servant of Krishna. So I'm going to finish this at least today. These jivas are diverted from Krishna and are concerned with their own happiness. Isn't it wonderful? They're trying to achieve happiness, and yet they're suffering like crazy. What could be happy about trudging to work every day, perhaps doing something that you don't really want to do? You're with a group of people that you perhaps don't want to be with. Perhaps you have to go through so much traffic to get there, and all this in the pursuit of happiness. Look at the time factor. Within 8 hours of working, perhaps it might be 1 hour each end traveling even, which is horrendous in anyone's country. So how can that be happy? It's so much this illusory energy has just completely captured us that we're frantic to try to exploit this material energy because I'm not getting the spiritual potency. The only way to get this spiritual connection is to associate with sadhus. And this is what's going to be described in the 17th chapter. In the 17th chapter, that's the principle. The principle is to associate with the pure sadhus. They are the only ones that will give us the key out of this predicament. Nothing else. Nothing else that we do perform can actually get us away from here. Only one who is already out. Just like if you're in a well, how will you get out? You have to wait for someone to throw a rope. Someone has to actually come and help you. And the throwing the rope is the beginning of it. But then the person in the bottom of the well has to get hold of the rope. they have to make an effort also to get out. So it's two. It's Kripa and Chesta. It's the mercy of the sadhu, and it's my own effort too. Both have to be there. We have to be responsible about this. It's not going to happen just by magic. We're lazy. We don't want to do the whole process. We want to short circuit it. The laziness is caused by our interaction with this Mayic energy. It's smashed so much of our energetic brain cells, so to speak. It's reduced us to very weak, conditioned souls where we don't even have the energy to actually serve the Lord. We just want to watch some video or have something done for us. Our mind is smashed by this entertainment industry, fully broken. I'm going to finish this today. We're already over time. It's a big question.
Can it also be said by the influence of material association?
Absolutely. Everyone else is
Yeah.
thinking, and I've said many times, 3 million drunks are not necessarily right. Why do we believe in the general populace? The general populace says, work hard, make your money, build your nice brick house, make a nice fence around it. Then you will be happy. This is what I got from my family. This is what they tried to force me into. And I rebelled as a kid, as many of us must have done, to escape that ghastly material predicament. I was never going to submit to that. Not ever. Not even for a day. Okay. She binds them in the ropes of the three modes of material nature. We discussed that at the end. These three ropes, the gold, the silver, and the iron shackles. Sattva, Raja, and Tama covers their Swarup with gross and subtle bodies. We went into great detail yesterday about the material elements, etc., and the Linga Sarira, the Stula Sarira, the subtle body and the gross body. We went into great detail right at the end then. Throws them into a miserable bondage of karma. We create our own karma. Karma is manifesting from my material desires. And Krishna is the fulfiller of the results of that karma. We discussed that yesterday also. All of this is in the 16th chapter, what I'm talking about. I'm trying to make it very capsulated because we're actually over time already. But I'm sure all of you are familiar with the whole picture by now. But just to recap it in this way, just diving into particular points of the chapter, just to reinforce the hypnosis. Do you like to be fooled? Is it good to be fooled in life? For example, just in the material world, we've been fooled to think this is a round planet. It's not. When you read the 5th canto, it's very, very clear. It's a flat Earth system. It's Jambudvip. It's not round. But we've all been hypnotized. You talk to any pilot, does he calculate the curvature of the Earth when he's flying from, say, America across to India? Is there a calculation where the curvature of the Earth is built into his direction? No. When you're building a road, engineers, when they build roads, etc., when they build railway tracks, is there a calculation? It's described that there would have to be every mile an 8-inch difference, dip, if there's a curvature. It has to. So ask any engineer there. They will all tell you, actually, my brother, the Earth is flat. This is an example of how the material governments, etc., can fool, and Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada really pulled the veil off our eyes about this from the very beginning. He was revealing so many things that were just hoax, hoax, hoax after hoax, because we've been fooled. And ultimately, we're fooled by the idea that happiness can be found in the Mayic engagements. That's the ultimate illusion. So it's all connected. Once we lose the lower illusionments, so to speak, about the Earth, etc., then we can perhaps appreciate the higher illusionments that I'm in. I'm illusioned to think I'm this body all the time. This identity is me, when actually I'm pure spirit soul. I like to think I'm this body because it makes me feel important. And I've said many times this beautiful quote of Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, the reason why we have a false ego is to shield us from the horror of my absolute insignificance. If we realize the tiny size of all of us, not just some of us, not some are bright and some are small. It's not like this guru is huge and everyone else is small. We're all tiny atomic sparks. And we all have a capacity to serve and love Krishna in our own way. There's no distinction ultimately. And yet we judge all the time. This is all part of the material hypnosis that we're enduring. It just have to reveal it, pull the veils back and see what's going on. Covers the Swarup with gross and subtle bodies, throws them into miserable condition of karma, then repeatedly causing them to experience happiness and distress in heaven and hell. This is not just taking about this one particular birth. Brahman Konya Bhagavan Jiva, Guru Krishna Prasad Hoy Boy Bhakti Lata Bij. That we're going up and down constantly into Swagaloka, Naraloka, then Mityaloka, then this earthly plane. We're oscillating between all these different planes in the gross form, or in the Swagaloka, it's the subtle form. So this has been our experience. So when are we going to blow the whistle and just stop this? When am I going to be able to develop attraction for Krishna, simultaneously complete distaste for anything in this world? These two things. So that's the Das Mula, and we've gone over our time. And of course, there are so many more things to say in chapter 16, and I hope you will refresh it yourselves and have taken notes, because that's the easy way to refresh. You can just glance through your notes. Now, tomorrow, I want to begin on the Jivas free from Maya. This is a very liberating chapter. We've been bound in the 16th chapter. We're going to be liberated in the next chapter. In the next chapter, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is going to show us directly how to open the door. What are the symptoms of a liberated soul? And how does he manifest in this world? How do we go forward? So this is remarkable siddhants and teachings. They're so because Bhaktivinoda Thakur is the maidservant of Gadadhar Pandit. We say in his beautiful Pranam Mantra, Namo Bhaktivinodaya Satchitananda Namane Gaura Shakti. Who is the Shakti of Gaura? It's Gadadhar. So he and Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he disappears on the same day as Gadadhar Pandit. That's in a couple of weeks or 3 weeks' time. It's quite soon. The disappearance day of Gadadhar is the disappearance day of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is showing his affinity to Gadadhar by disappearing with great honor on the same day that he disappears. So we celebrate both of these personalities disappearing on the same day. That Gaura Shakti, that's the power of Swarup Shakti, is flowing through this personality of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So very potent personalities and tattvas and siddhantas to understand. So Gadadhar Pandit ki jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Please, all of you, take a few minutes for the rest of the day and read this Gadadhar Astakam. I only read the first 4 verses, but the last verses are just ecstatic. And if you have friends around that you can discuss these with, that's going to bring out even more of the jewels of Gadadhar's tattva and sweetness and beauty. So Gadadhar's Avirbhav only happens once a year. So we're very fortunate that it's today, and we're trying to savor it as much as our capacity allows us. Shri Gadadhar Pandit ki jai, Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Gaur Premanandi.